I'm going to order this hearing. This is a public hearing of the Committee of the Whole of the Council of the District of Columbia. I'm Phil Mendelson, Chair of the Council, Chair of the Committee of the Whole. Today is Friday, November 15th, 2024. The time is 11:29 in the morning, and this hearing is being held in room 412 of the John A. Wilson Building. I don't believe it is being broadcast live. However, it is being recorded and it will be available on the council's website, which is www.dccouncil.gov. The subject of today's hearing is Bill 25-1003, entitled Vacant to Vibrant Amendment Act of 2024. This legislation was introduced by me on October 15th of this year, co-introduced by council members Allen, Pinto, Fruman, Bonds, Nadeau, Robert White, Janice Lewis George, and Zachary Parker. We're having this hearing on the bill today. I do not expect that we will be moving this bill through the council this calendar year, but today's hearing will be very helpful as we consider what changes we want to make and reintroduce the bill in January, and I hope move the bill early next year. For years, the committee, which has had oversight over the Department of Buildings and its predecessor, the Department of Consumer and Regulatory Affairs, for years, the committee has heard complaints and seen firsthand problems with vacant property in the city. And vacant property oftentimes can be or become a nuisance and a significant blight to a community. It's a problem that the council has dealt with for decades. How do we get property that's vacant back into use? Over the past year, work by the committee staff and working with a number of stakeholders has found that many properties become vacant or blighted due to the death of a homeowner, personal or economic hardship, or foreclosure. That the district does not have interventions aimed at preventing vacancy or blight. That some current definitions in the law concerning vacant property are ill-defined, and some exemptions lack appropriate timeframes. That the current tax rates for Class 3 and Class 4 are overly burdensome to many property owners. That the district lacks a holistic plan to address vacant and blighted properties. That the district lacks effective mechanisms to acquire vacant and blighted properties in order to get the properties back into productive use. And that the district has no specific incentives for the redevelopment or rehabilitation of vacant and blighted properties. As I said, this legislation is the outcome of that staff work and was introduced on October 15th, 2024. The stated purpose of Bill 25-1003 is to require the Department of Aging and Community Living to create a tangled title information sheet and to require funeral service providers to give the information sheet to survivors of a deceased district resident. To amend Title 18 of the District Code to require the creation of an electronic will registry, to establish a single-family home rehabilitation program, to amend Chapter 8 of Title 47 of the District of Columbia Code to authorize payment plans for the payment of delinquent real property taxes, to amend Title 29 of the District of Columbia Code to require all commercial registered agents to accept service of process by electronic mail, to amend an act, that's the long title, the short long title, the long short title of a bill, to make changes to statutory definitions, factors for establishing vacancy or blight, and exemptions from registration, to require the submission of vacant building maintenance plans, to allow the mayor to petition the Superior Court for vacant property receivership, to amend the construction codes to require the Department of Buildings to establish an expedited permit review process for certain construction and building permits for Class 3 and Class 4 properties, to amend Section 40 in Title 47 of the code to establish new tax rates for Class 3 and 4 properties, to amend Chapter 13A of Title 47 of the District of Columbia Official Code to establish a new process for tax sales of Class 3 and Class 4 properties, and to amend Title 47 to establish a tax credit for the renovation or rehabilitation of Class 3 or 4 properties, and to establish a tax abatement for the renovation or rehabilitation of Class 3 or Class 4 properties that are used for commercial purposes. So as you can see, this bill deals with quite a number of different aspects of the law with regard to vacant property, with the intent to get these properties back into use. The theory behind this bill is that vacant properties become a nuisance as well as being a drag on their neighborhoods, but that this is not immediate. The bill adopts measures to prevent vacancies, recognizes that short-term vacancies are usually not a problem, incentivizes property owners to minimize the duration of vacancies, and creates tools for the government to transition longer-term vacancies back into productive use. Taken together, the proposals in this bill will ensure that the district will be better positioned to prevent vacancy and blight, address violations of the law, and get vacant and blighted properties back into productive use. Having said all that, I'm going to call witnesses. We have 31 witnesses before we get to the government, and I'm going to call witnesses until we get the table filled, or until I think we have enough who are participating online. I did fail to note the record for this bill, or for this hearing, will be open for 2 weeks. That is, it will close at 5 p.m. on Thursday, November 29th. Elena Folks, actually, I'm going to call you first because you're government and we're having you early. Yes, come forward. And then I'll go to the non-government witnesses. It was a scheduling issue. That's why we have you in front rather than at the back, which means I will not have the benefit of any testimony to ask you questions. Have a seat. And when you're ready, begin. Ascending clock or no clock?
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the Committee of the Whole. I am Elena Folks, Assistant Director of Operations at the Office of Tax and Revenue. I am pleased to testify for OTR on Bill 25-1003, the Vacant to Vibrant Amendment Act of 2024. The bill represents the culmination of work done over the past year by this committee's Vacant and Blighted Property Working Group, comprised of a diverse group of stakeholders, including ANC commissioners, business improvement district representatives, researchers, and district agencies, including OTR. In general, the bill provides for a wide variety of tax incentives to spur development of vacant and blighted properties. This testimony will focus on those provisions. Installment agreements. The bill formalizes the process for eligible homeowners to pay delinquent real property taxes in monthly installments over a 12-month period. Homeowners are eligible for this relief if they are receiving the homestead property tax credit and are either seniors or can demonstrate a financial hardship. Progressive tax rates. To encourage property owners to rehabilitate their properties and to disincentivize them from letting their properties remain vacant, the bill creates progressive tax rates for both Class 3 and Class 4 properties, with 8 new subclassifications, which are 3A, 3B, 3C, 3D, and 4A, 4B, 4C, and 4D. The new subclassifications are based on how long a property has been registered as vacant. For the first year of vacant registration, the tax rate that will be applied is the same as the general residential or commercial rate. If the property remains vacant, the rates progressively increase over the next 4 years to the maximum rates of $5 per for Class 3 and $10 per $100 of value for Class 4. This new progressive rate structure can be administered by OTR so long as the Department of Buildings certifies the applicable subclassifications for each property per half year when it certifies the vacant and blighted rule to OTR for tax purposes. However, OTR emphasizes that for billing purposes, the certifications from DOB must be done on a half-year basis and not a portion thereof. OTR notes that in the past, many properties have oscillated between occupied status and vacant or blighted, as certified by DOB. If this oscillation were to happen with this legislation, the tax rates would reset to their lowest rates after a property has then been deemed again vacant or blighted after having previously been determined to be occupied. If a long-standing vacant property is then deemed blighted, the first year of taxation would be at the general Class 1 or Class 2 rate as applicable. So a property going from vacant to blighted would go from the $5 rate to the 85-cent rate if it was residential for the first year of blighted taxation. New tax sale procedures. The bill provides for a tax sale procedure allowing the district to foreclose on vacant or blighted properties 1 year after the date of delinquency. This provision appears to create an exclusive remedy for Class 3 and Class 4 abatement. Since properties that are vacant or blighted can receive exemptions from DOB from taxation as a Class 3 or Class 4, the prerequisite for inclusion in the tax sale should be based on vacant registration with DOB and not Class 3 or Class 4 status. Because vacant registration does not change, this should provide a more consistent and stable list. The bill does not provide for staffing augmentations to accommodate these additional responsibilities on the district, including providing additional attorneys at the Office of the Attorney General and funding title searches, guardians ad litem, publications, and noticing. In the past, many vacant and blighted properties were sold at discount sale, where taxes may be abated to sell properties when the taxes exceeded their respective values, which is common with vacant and blighted properties. Under the bill, privatized enforcement through the discount tax sale procedures will be replaced by a new procedure of district enforcement. Under the new enforcement procedures, the responsibility to foreclose on properties will rest entirely on the district, and the ability to discount taxes is discontinued. The elimination of the discount tax sale for Class 3 and Class 4 properties will also result in the increase of inventory of so-called upside-down properties, where the accumulated taxes exceed the value of the property. It is unclear who will purchase these properties unless those tax liabilities are discounted. Elimination of the discount tax sale with procedures for privatized enforcement could unintentionally result in the proliferation of vacant and blighted properties. Income and franchise tax credit. To encourage small-scale residential rehabilitation of vacant and blighted properties, the bill provides for a refundable income and franchise tax credit in the amount of 75% of the eligible development costs. The mayor must certify to OTR that the property owner is eligible to receive the tax credit and that amount of the eligible development costs. The mayor may only approve up to $2.5 million in credits each fiscal year. The eligible development cost must exceed $150,000, and the credit must be taken in the year the rehabilitation is substantially completed. The bill, as introduced, provides for a cost of living adjustment to the $150,000 minimum ineligible development costs. To make the provision administrable, OTR respectfully requests that the cost of living adjustment for the eligible development costs of $150,000 be eliminated. It is likely that most taxpayers will incur eligible development costs over the span of multiple years. If the COLA is enacted, there will be uncertainty in the amount of eligible development costs a taxpayer must incur when undertaking the project. For example, a taxpayer could begin a project with the expectation of incurring only $150,000 in eligible development costs, but that amount with a COLA could be $160,000 by the time the project is substantially completed, resulting in a denial of the credit. OTR further suggests a few minor technical changes to the bill to clarify that this new credit will be enacted as a new subchapter to Chapter 18 of Title 47, and rather than as a new chapter to Title 47. A copy of the proposed clarifications will be attached for your reference. Real property tax abatements. To encourage commercial rehabilitation of vacant and blighted properties, the bill also provides for real property tax abatements where eligible development costs exceed $1.5 million. The property owner must apply to the mayor and receive an eligibility letter. The mayor thereafter certifies to OTR which properties are eligible for the abatement and the amount thereof. The mayor may only approve up to $3 million in abatements during each fiscal year through 2029 and $6 million in abatements during succeeding fiscal years. And the applicability date. Lastly, the bill should have an applicability date, especially where tax provisions are concerned. OTR recommends that the bill be applicable beginning with fiscal year 2027, and to avoid retroactive application, to allow for processes and programming to be developed to implement its provisions. However, the amount of time needed for OTR to implement these changes will also depend on the final technical requirements of the bill and the extensiveness of the required changes to the tax sale process and the process established with other agencies to complete these modifications. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. This concludes my testimony, and I am happy to answer any questions that you may have at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Folks. You want to introduce the two people who are with you?
Good morning. My name is Frank Bessanier, and I represent the Real Property Tax Administration, Billing and Collection.
My name is Robert McKeown. I'm Deputy Chief Counsel at Tax and Revenue.
And I'm assuming you two do not have statements. Correct. Just if there are questions that fall squarely before you. So I do have a few questions. First, I don't expect you can answer this question with precision. Do you have a sense of what the cost of the bill would be?
At this point, we don't have any sense of what the cost would be of the bill. We would need to do some further analysis.
Okay. And is it your office that's involved with the revenue estimates, or rather with fiscal impact statements?
No, we would defer to the Office of Revenue Analysis on that.
Okay, but of course they would consult with you.
Correct.
I mean, I would think that there's a cost in that where we're providing an abatement or an incentive. For instance, you mentioned a couple of programs with, what was 150, no, it was up to $2.5 million the mayor could authorize in a year cumulatively, or 3 million. So there would be some costs there, obviously. And you testified that you would need some additional staff. So there's some cost there. I would think, on the other hand, that we might see some savings in that some of these vacant properties for which we're not collecting any taxes would actually start bringing in some tax revenue.
We would have to do further research, but I'm happy to get that to you as soon as we have it.
Yeah, but does that make sense, what I'm saying?
I'll let Frank address that.
Yes, it does, Chairman.
As drafted, the bill would revise the vacant and blighted property tax rates to escalate. The rates would escalate the longer the property is vacant or blighted. You mentioned that in your testimony. What, if any, changes to OTR systems would be necessary to implement something like this?
Yes, OTR will implement the rate structure to be applied given the legislation. On the other hand, the OTR system at the way that it is currently built cannot adequately and effectively track the lapse of time that goes by. So in order to automate the subclassification changes, we would need to have a significant overhaul of our systems. So what OTR recommends at this time is that DOB, the program administrator for vacant and blighted properties, manages the subclassification process so that way we can utilize the existing web services that are exchanged between OTR and DOB to transmit these changes as necessary. And this approach will minimize erroneous subclassifications and maintain better transparency as DOB already tracks the lapse of time between when the houses are registered as vacant, and they also track other program-specific data on their website.
So in other words, DOB would pay attention to the property and say, it's been a year and a half.
Correct.
New subclassification.
Yes.
Or subclass. It's now been 2.5 years, new subclass.
Yes.
And then DOB would tell you that.
Yes, and that would be consistent with the status quo. Currently, they're responsible for the classification. Once they transmit the classification information over to us, we simply apply the correct tax rate to the classification as provided.
Is that working well? A few years ago, it didn't seem to be working well.
Chairman Mendelson, we have seen significant improvement, and I think the dialogue is continuous and is still ongoing, and we should, between the two agencies. And yes, it is better than before, if that's what you're asking.
Well, better was not my question. Is it working well?
The answer is yes, it is working well, but there are still some wrinkles that needs to be ironed out.
Okay, and the process of working those out is working well.
Yes.
In your testimony, you suggest that the revised tax sale process for vacant and blighted properties may, and I'm quoting, unintentionally result in the proliferation of vacant and blighted properties, unquote. In a given year, about how many vacant and blighted properties actually change owners via foreclosure under the current process?
Yes. So the potential increase in vacant and blighted properties are really coming from several different factors. The first being the phased tax rates could remove the incentives to remediate these properties in order to remove them from the vacant or blighted status. Because within the first year in class 3 or class 4, which is currently $5 or $10 per $100 of assessed value, these would revert back to the 85 cents. So in addition, there might be some added complexity surrounding the tax sale process, which might dissuade investors from bidding on class 3 and class 4 liens, which would eventually bring those properties back into productive use.
Can you explain that, what you just said?
Yes. So currently, if a property is classified as in class 3, which would be vacant, or class 4, which would be blighted, they're paying either the $5 or $10 per $100 of assessed value. Under this bill, because we're phasing up those rates, there are people, and I think that intentionally so, have some additional time before those higher rates are phased in. So on one hand, there is the approach where people are given more time to be able to remediate these issues, but at the same time, there will be additional vacant and blighted because those incentives to quickly improve those properties.
Yeah, no, I understood
Yep.
that. That was the first part of
Yes.
what you just said, but the second part,
The additional complexity with.
yes, with the tax sale.
Yes, so I think that there's still some questions that we would have on the technical requirements and exactly what would be changing with regard to the tax sale provisions. I think that it has been our experience that the investors, come in and they bid on the properties. And we would want to make sure that they're comfortable on what they're bidding on, that they fully understand the impact and the consequences of these changes as well, to ensure that their investments are secure.
But I think your statement was, and I interrupted you, it looked like you were reading something, it looked like you had like 3 or 4 points,
Mhm.
and I stopped you after the second point. I just don't, so what I'm hearing from you is you think that there may be fewer bidders in the tax sale because of the adjustable escalating
Oh, no,
rates?
I apologize if I wasn't clear. So there's a variety of factors, one of which being the adjustable or the phased-in rates. The second being just the changes in the overall process may result in fewer bidders at tax sale. And the reason that would impact the proliferation of the vacant and blighted properties is because if investors are not bidding on these at the annual tax sale, then those remain on the tax rolls and are not brought back into productive use, as
Okay.
individuals are not bidding on them and then repairing them and rehabbing them.
Okay, and then there was more to what you were reading.
And then the other point that I wanted to make is that currently we do have a process with a discount tax sale that allows us to really create this mechanism for properties to be brought back into productive use, especially when there are additional delinquencies over and above the value of the property. And the coexistence of these new changes with our existing discount tax sale process, we would need to have some additional clarification as to how those two processes would work in conjunction. And
Was there more?
oh, and I'm happy to provide some additional details. I know that part of the question was for statistics and figures surrounding these. And right now, we don't capture in granular detail data with regard to which of these properties go to foreclosure, which is part of our tax sale process, but we do have some data. And I'm not sure, Frank, if you want to share some of this high-level information.
Sure. So the last discount tax sale that the Office of Tax and Revenue had, it was in 2023, and approximately 600 liens tax liens were put up on auction. 48% of that 600 lien was actually sold. 52% was a bid back to the district. That is the furthest we can go as far as breaking the data down. Now, you also ask about how many property gets to deed, I believe, earlier. And unfortunately, we don't track what type of properties based on classification gets to a deed level. So we don't have any statistics on that. We look at it holistically and
Look at it for what?
holistically,
Yeah.
apologize, all tax liens sold. And as a result, we know how many ends up going to the tax auction, but because the actual foreclosure process takes up to 2 to 3 years, there is a significant lag on the liens that is being sold. So there is no tracking mechanism in place currently to be specific to identify if it's a class 3 property and class 4 property. Okay. In addition, also classifications are subject to change and they fluctuate as time goes by. So even if a property, let's say, was in 3 years ago a class 3, by the time it gets to a deed, it may be a property that is occupied at that point, which is a class 1 or class 2, depending on what use it is.
I would think that would rarely happen. If a property is vacant, classified as vacant, and the taxes aren't being paid on it, I would think it would be highly unusual that the property would become occupied and the taxes are still unpaid. And that's maybe just nitpicking on my part, because the issue here is really about whether this, the point about it resulting in a unintentional proliferation of vacant properties. Is the bidding and tax sales so sensitive that if we change the process, the number of bidders will decline?
So the bidding process, well, based on the bill that is being introduced and we are discussing today, I believe it talks about receivership and other provisions within. And when I personally try to assess the bill, I'm not sure if it provides us enough clearance how this will look like. And I don't know if I may, Bob, if I may ask, if you
Sure.
can further elaborate.
The discount sale that we currently have is a privatized process whereby it's basically, it includes vacant land, like slivers, things like that, and that's probably of, like, I think Frank said approximately 50% get bid back that nobody wants. I think a lot of those are probably like undevelopable sliver type lots that are in alleys or whatever. We'd have to look at that further. But of the 50% that do get sold, predominantly those are, I would assume, improved properties that have gone through a vacant designation. Those properties are being actively pursued by tax sale purchasers to foreclose on. You know, they're by and large, I think the majority of those are going to go to deed. If we adopt a process whereby the government has to undertake this versus having it privatized, it may be it's going to involve the government now where now we have like a you know, a contingent of private lawyers out there that represent tax sale purchasers and then they foreclose. Now the government would have to do that. I think the Attorney General's office, we would have to rely on the Attorney General's office in order to do that. It's something that I think would need further examination as to how efficient that process would be versus what we have right now. With the discount sale, one thing to know about the discount sale is the properties that are in there are the ones that nobody wants. So they've gone through the annual sale, nobody wanted them. They go through another triage. They go through what we call the over-the-counter sale. The over-the-counter sale is those are like cherries, people get to sift through the list of whatever got bid back from the annual sale. They get to sift through that list and see if there are any cherries, call them cherries or whatever. And then they buy those for par, meaning no discount. And so then.
And par means the amount of tax that's due.
Right, exactly. Yeah, at the annual sale, there could be a surplus bidding, but at the over-the-counter sale, there's typically no discount, no surplus. There's just, they're just identifying a property and they want to pay like the taxes owed. No discount. So now the list has been, we know that the list has been, has eliminated any properties that are above water or, right, upside right. And then now we have what we call, problem properties that are basically they have liabilities that exceed their value. Underwater, upside down, however you want to characterize it. So, so those are the properties that now go into the discount sale. And at the discount sale, I believe for improved properties, the bidding starts at $300. So the government here is willing to take a discount on the taxes that are owed to get these properties back into productive use. And it's a highly efficient process for doing that. It's just that, maybe it hasn't occurred every year or even a biennial process. Sometimes we've been undergoing I think the last time we did it before the 23 sale, we had it was in 2017. And since then there's been a new billing system that's been adopted and integrated into the agency. So now that we've gone through that process, I think we're ramped up to have discount sales on a more frequent basis. But the discount sale has been the most instrumental process for abating vacant properties. The bill currently drafted right now, it would incorporate would eliminate that process and then incorporate in lieu of that, a government-run process, which may have may not have enjoy the efficiencies of the privatized process that we have right now.
Okay, so a discount sale refers to the properties that for which the government will sell through the tax sale process, will sell the property for less than the taxes due. That's the discount.
Yes.
And that happened in 2017 and it happened in 2023.
Yes, sir.
And could be more frequent going forward.
Yes.
And what you're saying is that there are some efficiencies to relying on the private sector. And those efficiencies will be lost if we convert for these vacant properties to a government process where the government's acquiring the property.
It would be an intense burden, not intense, intense is a little strong. It would be a significant burden, I think, on the government to handle the foreclosure of properties or their sales, subsequent auctions thereafter. It would be cumbersome.
Well, I think we have to look at it, but at the same time, what's going through my mind is that there's something like 3,000 vacant properties in the city, more or less, but I think that's how many Department of Buildings has identified. And not all 3,000 are going to come up for a tax sale this year. I'll just say this year. It would be some smaller number. I'm guessing in the hundreds. And so that would reduce the burden. I don't know how much of a burden 100 properties is, but that's different than 3,000.
Right. Well, okay. So obviously, if a vacant or blighted property is paying its taxes, it's not going to go into the tax sale at all. if it does go into the annual sale, and it's redeemed, then, it's just gonna stay, in its current state unless it's rehabbed by the property owner. So
I'm sorry, I missed that. Say that again.
of the 3,000 properties
Yeah.
that are out there right now that are vacant, not all of them are delinquent in their taxes. So if they're not delinquent in their taxes, they're just not going to go to the tax sale.
Correct. So that reduces the number.
Right. But, so, you know, just saying, like, with the discount sale, which addresses the problem properties that are upside down or underwater, those properties are, there are about 300 of them, at least at the last count. And, they're generally all going to go to deed, through the sale to, private
the
tax sale
discount sale.
purchaser. Yeah.
Will
Exactly.
go to deed. So these are not the slivers and the unbuildable properties.
No, the majority of properties that end up in the discount sale that are sold, which are probably the improved properties, I would assume, they predominantly are going to go to deed because they're upside down and the owners walked.
You just lost me. About 300
Right.
are in the discount sale.
Yes.
What was my question? Um,
Of the 3,000, you mean? Like
Well, no, you were
300
just
versus
saying-
3,000?
You were just saying that it's about 300 that are in the discount.
Right. The 300 that were sold at the discount sale that presumably are improved properties.
So
And that's it, and they're buildable.
Yeah, they either have the structure on them or
They're large enough that they could be built on
Yeah,
or used.
yes.
Were you going to say something?
I was just going to add that the data that we have that we brought and prepared for today shows that in 2023, when we held the discount sale, originally there were 600 properties that were offered for, those liens were offered at the discount tax sale. About 48% or about 300 of them sold. So that means that even at a discount where people could have purchased those liens for as low as $300, there are at least 300 properties that nobody wanted. The assumption is that those are the slivers, those are the unbuildable lots, those are the undesirable properties that are really, they don't have a value. But of the ones that sold, more than likely those remaining 300 would go to deed because people are able to then bring those into productive use without having the high burden of the delinquencies that outweigh the value of the property.
Now, right now, we're talking about the discount sale,
Yes.
which probably correlates heavily with vacant property, but they're not necessarily vacant. Roughly how long from the start of, I guess, for your purposes, you would know the tax lien, not whether it was vacant. How long before it goes to this discount sale? And actually, how long before it goes to deed?
So, any property that meets the threshold for being delinquent in real property taxes is going to go to the annual sale. So,
How long before it's delinquent for tax sale?
if it's delinquent in the prior tax year, so like say in July of 2024, we had a tax sale. Though that tax sale included any property that was delinquent from 23 and prior. So it's fairly quick, where if a property is delinquent in the tax year 23 taxes and prior, and it meets the threshold, then it's going to go into the July 24 sale. When it's in,
Hold on, let me think for a second. So tax year 23 ended September 30th, 2023.
yes, sir.
So, and they did not pay their taxes for the entire year.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be the entire year. It just has to mean that they,
On September 30th, they owed, and they still owe.
the balance, there was a balance on September 30th, and it exceeded our threshold for the tax sale.
So it could be as quick as roughly 10 months goes to tax sale.
Yes.
And then how long does that take?
Okay, so if it goes to the tax sale, the annual tax sale, and it's sold, there's a 6-month waiting period after the tax sale before the tax sale purchaser can file a lawsuit. During that 6 months, the property owner can redeem the property by paying the taxes. If they don't, then the tax sale purchaser is allowed to file a lawsuit in as early as third week in January.
Now, this bill doesn't disturb that.
No,
So just walk me down the timeline for I think it's the discount, because those are the ones
Okay.
where there hasn't been a purchase.
so then we have the July 24 sale for the tax year 23 and prior taxes. That happens in July 24. A property is not bid on at that sale, so it's called bid back to the district. No private purchaser wanted it, so the district bid it in. Then we have all those properties that were bid back to the district that nobody wanted. Those are now candidates for the over-the-counter sale, where someone can pay par or 100% of the taxes, no discount, to make sure that no cherries were left over from the annual sale. Then generally in March, the following March after the July sale, we would have a discount sale, which we had this year. And that sale is where we bring in all the properties that were bid back from the prior annual tax sale, meaning the July 23 tax sale. We present those properties now for sale. There are about 600 of them, and half of them were sold in March of 24 at the discount sale. Then once a tax sale purchaser has purchased at the discount sale in March, there is no waiting period. They can immediately start to do their title search to find out who has an interest in the property, and then file their lawsuit. Once they file their lawsuit, now we're in Superior Court, and Superior Court has many due process protections that they need to ensure are followed. And so that process can take a year and a half to 2 years in litigation before there is a judgment for a deed. Once there is a judgment for a deed, the tax sale purchaser from the discount bill then pays off any taxes that accrued on the property since the sale, and we give them a deed, a tax deed, pursuant to the court's judgment. Then they have.
That's roughly 4 years from when how do I want to phrase this? If we're working off of September 30th of this year is next July's tax sale.
Right.
The properties September 30th of this year don't get the tax deed until roughly 4 years.
That's approximate, yes. A lot of that's wrapped up in litigation in Superior Court.
Yeah. Well, that answered that question. Give me a second. I have another question. My understanding is that OTR is working on an amendment to the district's tax sale statute that would ensure that our law conforms to a Supreme Court case, Tyler v. Hennepin County, a case decided in May of last year, which found that Hennepin County's tax sale process violated the takings clause of the Fifth Amendment. What would the amendment do, and when will OTR be able to provide that amendment to the committee?
Yes, I would defer to Mr. McKeown.
Yeah, if I may, what the amendment would do is it would allow, contemplating following the New Jersey adoption and the New Jersey adaptation to the Supreme Court ruling. And that is to allow the property owner to make an election for a judicial sale. And if that election is not made, then there's just to continue the current process of issuing a tax deed pursuant to a court's judgment, final order.
So I'm not familiar with Hennepin, even though I asked a question. What did the Supreme Court find were the problem? And did that necessarily mean that we have that problem?
Okay, so, right, in Hennepin County, and what happened was this, the property owner became delinquent in, I think it was a condo unit or something. It wasn't occupied. She wasn't living there at the time. I think she had gone into like a rehab facility, like a nursing home or something like that. The county auctioned her property off for tax sale, and it sold, and it sold for more than the taxes that were owed. And in Hennepin County, it's the county that kept the surplus and did not turn it over to the property owner. And that's what the Supreme Court found violated the Constitution.
And do we keep the surplus?
No.
So it's arguable whether we would be in violation. Nonetheless, I suspect there was something about the case that made us want to look at our process and make some refinements.
Exactly, yes. Yeah, strictly, there was another case that was closer to ours that from Nebraska that was that was up for appeal to the Supreme Court along with Hennepin County. And the Supreme in that process, it's kind of like ours where the state doesn't keep the surplus. The surplus, I believe, goes back to the tax sale purchaser. It's like a windfall to the tax sale purchaser, but the state did not benefit from the tax sale, which is akin to ours. The Supreme Court did not hear that case, and it did not. It just didn't pass a ruling on it.
So it did not grant cert, as they say.
Yes.
Okay. Anything? Give me a second here. This, folks, in your testimony, you said the new progressive rate structure can be administered by OTR, so long as the Department of Building certifies the applicable subclassification for each property per half tax year, when it certifies the vacant blighted roll to OTR for tax purposes. However, OTR emphasizes that for billing purposes, the certifications from DOB must be on a half-year basis, not a portion thereof. Is the concern solely that this couldn't be a monthly adjustment, it has to be a half-year adjustment? That's the concern that you're conveying there?
Yeah, I can answer that, Mr. Chairman. Yes, that is correct. So our billing cycle, the real property tax billing cycle is running on a 6-month basis. And we do not prorate taxes during
In between the 6 months?
That is correct.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
Does this affect at all the issue of retroactivity? Now, where I'm going there is that I know that in the past, I've identified properties that were vacant, that were not classified as vacant, beat up on DCRA, said DCRA, this property's been vacant for 20 years. And then DCRA subsequently sent you guys notice of like, make it retroactive last year or make it retroactive 2 years ago. Is there a problem with that? And does this bill change that? That ability to do a retroactivity?
So currently, as you stated, yes, we do receive retroactive classification changes. And reading the bill, I personally did not identify any issue.
Yeah, I think in the prior process, it was specified in the legislation that, we get a list every 6 months from the Department of Buildings. And that is the list that we're going to tax, as either a 3 or a 4, based on a half year. So every 6 months, based on our half-year billing cycle, we would get a list from the Department of Buildings. I think the current legislation, increases the frequency of that, of the communication to at least maybe a monthly basis or even less. And so the fear is well, the concern is that it should be, that's fine, as long as the certification is still based on a half-year
I
basis.
understand.
Right, okay.
Give me another second here. Ms. Folks, you also testified, OTR notes that in the past, many properties have oscillated between occupied status and vacant or blighted, as certified by the Department of Buildings. If this oscillation were to happen with this legislation, the tax rates would reset to the lowest rate after a property is then deemed again vacant or blighted after having previously been determined to be occupied. If a longstanding vacant property is then deemed blighted, the first year of taxation would be at the general Class 1 or Class 2 rate as applicable. So a property going from vacant to blighted would go from the $5 rate to the 85-cent rate if residential for the first year of blighted taxation. I got lost. And that's why I'm asking you to clarify that.
Yes. So with regard to the oscillation of that property classification, for example, if something is bouncing around between 3 and 1, then you're not getting that phased up tax rate over time, because every time it gets put back into a residential or a commercial rate, it is going back to that 85-cent. If
And it starts
residential,
the
and
escalation all over again.
starts the clock over and over again. So it may impede some efforts to phase up that rate over time, because really what it's looking at is how long it has been at that subclassification, which would be 3A, 3B, 3C, 3D, or 4. And then I apologize, could you repeat the second half of your question?
I think the second half was the same as the first half. Please explain.
So I think that there was a second portion about the oscillation, and then also,
No, I think you
Okay,
got it.
okay,
So that's what you were saying, is that progressive increase in rates would could reset back to 85 cents and start over again.
yes.
Give me a second. I agree with you on the point about having an applicability date. And I think too often legislatures sort of forget about that. In your statement, you also said a copy of proposed clarifications is attached. That's what you have written. I think you said will be attached.
So we'll make sure that it's submitted to you.
So we don't have it yet,
I'd have to defer to,
the lawyers.
Yeah. We'll make sure that you have it.
Okay. Give me just another second. I have no other questions for you. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
As I indicated earlier, we're not looking to mark this up in this year. So there's plenty of time for back and forth and dealing with these issues, and your testimony's been helpful.
Great, thank you.
So we will turn to the non-government witnesses, and the first 6 are ANC commissioners. So Chuck Elkins, ANC commissioner for 3D01, Jeremy Sherman, ANC commissioner for 1A04, Paula Edwards, ANC Commissioner for 4A01, Dave Wethington, ANC Commissioner for 6A05, Peter Wood, ANC Commissioner for 1C03, and Tripti Patel, ANC Commissioner for 2A03. Looks like I have one in person. All right, so I will just call names again and find out who's actually here. It's always a mystery when we have virtual. Commissioner Elkins, I do see you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm very pleased to be here to testify on behalf of the full ANC 3D Commission in favor of this bill. I have testified several times before this committee regarding vacant and blighted properties, and I'm pleased to say that this is the first time I have lots of positive things to say. I served on the Vacant and Blighted Property Working Group, and I am fully in support of the bill that has resulted from their efforts. Since I happen to be the first public witness today, let me say, on behalf, I believe, of many of us, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your persistence in pursuing this issue and for asking Blaine Stum to chair a working group. He did an excellent job. In fact, he did such a good job. Some of us have in mind another reform effort for the Department of Buildings that we hope you will ask him to take on. And finally, let me take my hat off to Don Sullivan of DOB, who participated actively in the working group with the clear support of the management of the department. So the work group worked very well. There are a few provisions that I want to urge you to keep in the bill, even if some other witnesses may suggest they be taken out. We strongly support the requirement that owners of vacant properties submit a maintenance plan. Too often, these properties become a public nuisance because of neglect, and the result has been that DOB is left holding the bag with inadequate resources to deal with these problems. The new bill correctly places the responsibility for maintenance squarely on the shoulders of the property owner right from the beginning by requiring the submission of a maintenance plan and the designation of a responsible party for executing that plan. However, the bill could be strengthened, and we believe should be, by adding an explicit set of penalties for failing to carry out this maintenance plan so that these plans don't just become another piece of paper. The bill also gives advisory and neighborhood commissions a well-deserved role in this program. At various points in the bill, parties are required to give notice to the relevant ANC. And in addition, ANCs can formally request that a property be designated vacant or blighted. These provisions are important. By their nature, ANCs are in an excellent position to identify vacant and blighted properties in the neighborhood. Already, a number of ANCs now participate actively in an ANC work group, or caucus as we call it, on vacant and blighted properties. We're working with DOB and other agencies to identify and deal effectively with the highest priority properties. So please keep these ANC provisions in the bill. Finally, the bill also requires the mayor to develop a vacant and blighted property rehabilitation strategic plan and update it every 3 years. We are very aware of the fact that the council shies away from requiring executive branch to do reports and plans for fear that these reports will just sit on the shelf. We agree with that general sentiment, but in this case, we urge the council to keep this requirement for a strategic plan in the bill. We see that Director Hanlon is against preparing any new reports. However, we want to respectfully suggest that in this particular instance, his position is misguided. And here's why. This bill provides a number of new authorities that will need to be administered in a coordinated fashion across agency lines. It's a holistic bill, as was mentioned earlier. We should not expect this cooperation to happen easily and automatically. It will take considerable management oversight from the mayor's office to assure a smooth working relationship. In addition, the group of agencies needs to learn as a group from the experience in implementing the new authorities of the bill, and hence the need for an updated strategic plan every 3 years. We strongly recommend that this strategic plan remain in the bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Elkins. I don't have a copy of your statement. Oop, wait a minute. I do. Sorry, take it back. Thank you. Commissioner Sherman.
Yeah, good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. My name is Jeremy Sherman, and I serve as the Commissioner for Single Member District 1A04 and Vice Chair of Advisory Neighborhood Commission 1A in Columbia Heights. I also chair ANC 1A's Small Business and Economic Development Committee. I speak today on behalf of ANC 1A as this testimony and a corresponding resolution of support have been reviewed and approved by the full commission. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of the Vacant to Vibrant Amendment Act of 2024. I'd like to start by sharing a brief story that illustrates why this legislation is so crucial. 3414 11th Street Northwest has been vacant and blighted for over 9 years per DOB records, but vacant since the 90s, according to neighbors. It's a small 2-story property located on the vibrant commercial corridor of 11th Street in Columbia Heights. It's situated between 2 restaurants, Queen's English and Cinco Soles. For over a decade, this has been an eyesore and blight on the community and our local economy. The conditions are appalling. There's a severe rat infestation, strong odors that emanate in summer months, and while it's boarded up, it is covered in graffiti. Because of this, the owners of neighboring businesses have had to deal with the consequences, including spending thousands of dollars on rat prevention. 3414 11th Street is taxed at the highest level and accumulated nearly $200,000 in back taxes. When it went to tax sale in 2022 and the tax was sold to an LLC, the property owner then redeemed it, paying off the taxes owed, and the cycle started all over again. To make matters worse, the property owner has refused offers from others to purchase and rehabilitate the property, including from Queen's English, in an effort to expand their business. When I convened multiple district agencies to address this situation in the summer of 2023, we found our current laws left us virtually powerless to act. To this day, nothing has changed. During my time as a commissioner, I've made vacant properties a central focus of my work. In my single member district alone, there are 19 vacant or blighted properties, half which are class 3 or class 4. ANC1A has nearly 400 vacant or blighted properties, a quarter of those vacant for over 5 years. And citywide, as we know, there are 3,500 vacant and blighted properties, 900 of which have been vacant for over 5 years. Each of these properties have their own unique story. 3414 11th Street is just one of those. In June 2023, I authored a resolution passed by ANC1 calling on the council to reform DC's vacant property laws. Many of the issues we identified are directly addressed in this legislation. I was honored to participate in chairing your working group with Ken and helped inform this legislation. I also helped found the ANC Vacant Property Caucus earlier this year, bringing together ANCs from across the city to join forces on this. I share all of this because I care deeply about vacant properties. That's why I strongly support this legislation. And given time, I'll jump ahead to a few things. I'd like to suggest a few improvements to strengthen it further. First, please consider granting DOB, DOH, and OAG the ability to address rat-infested properties without requiring a warrant. Second, reconsider the progressive tax rate approach. Waiting until year 5 to reach the maximum tax rate may actually reduce pressure on many property owners. The current rates have not been sufficient to motivate rehabilitation or sale. I recommend maintaining strong pressure in the early years and ramping up penalties beyond the current rate for properties sitting 5 years and longer. We must apply more pressure on the most egregious cases. Third, ensure that properties that do go to tax sale become opportunities for sustainable homeownership rather than corporate investment vehicles. Too often, properties at tax sale get swooped up by LLCs and not prospective homeowners. Finally, I urge the council to expand provisions specifically for commercial vacancies and properties in commercial corridors. These recommendations are further outlined in ANC1A's resolution of support. I can't have time to go into them all today, but I encourage you to read that, which was transmitted this morning to the chairman. This legislation is a crucial step in addressing vacant properties in our wonderful city. I look forward to working with the council to strengthen it further and seeing it passed and implemented. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sherman. Commissioner Edwards may not be here. Commissioner Wethington. Dave Wethington?
Good afternoon. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair Mendelson, members of the council and committee staff. My name is Dave Weddington. and I represent Single Member District 6A05. Due to some technical difficulties with our regular scheduled meeting last night, ANC 6A anticipates submitting our approved written testimony by the end of next week, well before the record closes. In the interim, I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you all virtually today to testify in support of the Vacant and Vibrant Amendment Act of 2024, a legislative step that my colleagues and I hope will make a significant progress in addressing the long-standing issue of vacant and blighted properties within our community. Vacant and blighted properties are more than just an inconvenience. They undermine public safety, economic development, and community well-being. These neglected buildings can attract crime, diminish nearby property values, and deprive residents of much-needed housing and commercial services. They also deter investment, stifling vitality of neighborhoods across the district. Data from the DC Department of Buildings shows that as of November 2024, there are over 3,500 vacant properties across the city. In ANC 6A alone, there are 114 reported vacant properties with a particularly high concentration along the H Street corridor northeast. Nearly 30 vacant properties span just 7 blocks of H Street northeast, a corridor otherwise known for its bustling businesses, transit options, and foot traffic. Many of these properties have been vacant for over 5 years. This problem hinders the economic viability of the corridor, deterring shoppers and impacting small businesses. The Vacant and Vibrant Amendment Act 2024 is a critical step in addressing some of these challenges. Several key provisions stand out. First, our understanding is that the tiered tax structure designed to incentivize property owners to act sooner by progressively increasing tax penalties for long-term vacancies. We appreciate the spirit of this provision's intent, but strongly urge the committee to ensure that situations aren't being created where existing tax rates are being unintentionally reduced. Further, we believe that the timeline for reaching maximum penalties should be shortened, and penalties for properties vacant longer than 5 years should be higher to deter prolonged neglect. The bill also introduces expanded receivership authority, allowing the city to transfer neglected properties to responsible owners for rehabilitation. This measure is essential for tackling the most egregious cases of vacancy, like the large multi-unit residential building at 1100 F Street Northeast, which has sat empty for years, attracting squatters and becoming a safety hazard. We also commend the bill's introduction of the mandatory maintenance plans to hold property owners accountable and the inclusion of financial incentives to support rehabilitation efforts. However, we urge the council to expand provisions addressing large commercial and mixed-use properties, as their vacancies have an outsized impact on economic viability and vitality in areas like H Street. Additionally, property owners receiving tax abatements should be required to pass those benefits on to tenants, encouraging lower rents or improved lease terms. Finally, ANC is playing an essential role in identifying and addressing vacant properties, and we are pleased to see our involvement recognized in this legislation. ANCs play a critical role in identifying distressed properties as key opportunities for action. Strength and collaboration between agencies, ANCs, and stakeholders continues to be vital to the success of this initiative. In conclusion, we believe that the Vacant and Vibrant Amendment Act of 2024 represents a meaningful step forward, providing additional tools needed to tackle the problem of vacant and blighted properties. And we support the passage of this bill. We urge the committee to continue to seek opportunities to strengthen both penalties and incentives to address the most egregious and long-standing examples of vacant properties, particularly those in struggling commercial corridors. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to testify this afternoon. I look forward to working with you to create a brighter, more vibrant future for our community.
Thank you, Commissioner. Look forward to getting your submission next week.
Thank you.
Commissioner Peter Wood.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Peter Wood. I'm an ANC commissioner in 1C03 in Adams Morgan, and I'm just here testifying in my individual capacity as commissioner today. I just have 2 main points that I want to bring up. There's quite a bit of good commentary that's come from others, and I think will come after me as well. But the 2 main things I want to point out: one, a lot of effort, as I think has already been made clear, has come from ANC commissioners who have organized independently around this issue. It's not uncommon for ANC commissioners to get overlooked or ignored, and we haven't been on this issue, and I really appreciate that. And that is in large part because of really how the committee of the whole, and I think council in general, has been receptive to all of these efforts. So that is really good, and I think that it's something that is going to hopefully lead to the benefit of the District of Columbia. And just a second point, not to take too much time, I support this. I should have led with that. I support this legislation, and I know a lot of attention is put into many difficult but important details. One of which I think just want to emphasize this. I don't even know if it can be really addressed through legislation or not, but receivership. It's something that can be a really powerful tool for reinventing a lot of these properties that get neglected. I do also see that there's opportunity for-profit companies to come and buy a lot of properties in the district, as has happened in a lot of cities in the East Coast and in the US in general. I speak as a commissioner who's had private for-profit companies redevelop or currently redeveloping properties and done a good job of integrating with the neighborhood, speaking with neighbors, but not just speaking with them, but having them help impact the direction of that redevelopment. I recognize that's possible, but I also recognize there are a lot of people who want to be invested, not just financially, but also socially, politically, emotionally in how their neighborhoods, our neighborhoods are shaped, and in this case, literally. So really just urge the council to try to emphasize and prioritize the nonprofit aspect, the aspect of getting people who really know and feel and have grown to be part of the neighborhoods to be as much a part of the redevelopment process for getting blighted and vacant properties to be a part of the neighborhood, because it's not just about having the infrastructure that is cared for well, but also the power structure who's in control of that and who's invested in it for the long run. So I know these aren't new thoughts, but I really want to emphasize that because this is a piece of legislation that has the potential to do a lot of good for the city, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Wooden. And you'll be submitting a written statement?
I mean, I can transcribe what I just said. I don't have a written statement.
Okay. And is the commission going to take a position on this?
I don't know. We haven't discussed it. I mean, it's possible. So at our December meeting, we might discuss it.
Okay. Well, there's time because we're not marking it up this year.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you. Commissioner Patel.
Good morning, Chairperson Mendelson. My name is Tripti Patel. I'm the chair of ANC 2A, and I represent the historic Foggy Bottom. Thank you for holding this hearing so that my comments may be entered into the record. I am speaking in my individual capacity, not on behalf of the commission. In May of 2021, I testified before you about the two vacant and blighted properties that are next to each other in my single-member district that were infamous in their own right. One property having someone pass away in it, and the other property that nearly exploded. These properties caught a lot of attention, an article in the Washington Post, and then being extended an invitation to the Vacant and Blighted Property Working Group. The opportunity to work with thoughtful, cooperative, and collaborative colleagues, such as Commissioners Elkin and Sherman, resulting in this legislation we're opining on today with the full knowledge we made improvements and a difference is a really good feeling. The legislation is a massive improvement upon a system that wasn't working due to flawed processes and procedures, causing frustration amongst neighbors and stakeholders, but most concerning threats of safety and health to the public. My colleagues already echoed a lot of the great points in this legislation, and I want to highlight just some of the ones that I feel very strongly in particular about that I really hope makes it into the legislation. I really like the fact that you define and address concretely what a blighted vacant building is. It means that any vacant building that is in such a condition as to pose a danger to the health, safety, and general a threat to the health, safety, and welfare of the community. Codifying with clarity how a property is going to be determined to be vacant and blighted. Actually informing and now allowing ANCs to assist in speeding up the process for our residents in dealing with vacant and blighted properties is huge. Unapologetically stating that a vacant building will no longer be allowed to reach a point where it impacts the health, safety, and welfare of the community, along with first responders. And these are all of the things I really, really like. Now, for as strong as your legislation is, I would like to see some aspects further fleshed out, and more specifically, would appreciate that the critical feedback I'm about to provide be incorporated if possible. So the first piece of feedback I have for you is, so under the section of the real property tax payment plans, I really feel like that there needs to be a clarity in the form of a baseline definition of financial hardship and circumstances for individuals. I think leaving it murky and gray leaves the owner at the mercy of an entity that can redefine this at their discretion. And I think the implementation of a formula would be advisable. The second critical piece of feedback that I'd have for you is, let's ensure that the district agencies that will be tasked to handle various aspects are properly staffed to help owners. as there is nothing worse than amplifying the sense of panic/overwhelm when the help that's needed is hard to access. Number 3, under the vacant and blighted home revitalization tax credit section, some of the metrics used here still make this not affordable for many residents who may want to take advantage of the program. Many district residents are already struggling to make the leap into home ownership, such as myself. For most of us, the down payment is already a huge investment. If the district sets the baseline at $150,000 before the credit kicks in, it would exclude those who most would benefit from the program, residents. You'd have small developers, i.e. flippers, coming in, which my colleague Commissioner Wood just pointed out. And then last, the tax abatement for the redevelopment and vacant and blighted commercial properties. This section really needs to be revisited. And for the reason why is that this program is going to be subsidized by residents such as myself. And unless the district states with clarity that affordable housing must be built in, the developer won't do it. And we need to make it as simple as possible. And I'm speaking from personal experience as ANC2A has been working with 2100 M Street, which has been a vacant and blighted commercial property for the last 20 years. They are redeveloping it, and it's going to be one of the first major conversions from commercial to residential. But they didn't take advantage of any of the programs because they said it was too complicated. And they don't have, out of the 400 units that are there, not a single one of them is going to be included for inclusionary zone housing or be deemed affordable. And I think this is a really big loss for ANC2A's current residents because now there's nothing affordable for them if they want to move into something that's better suited for them. Now, the issues of vacant and blighted properties have impacted my neighbors' quality of life for many years. And now finally, they have resources and concrete actions that can hold uncooperative neighbors accountable for not maintaining the health and safety of the community. So thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm glad to answer any questions you may have. And I do really appreciate this legislation. It's a huge start, Chairman. And I just hope you really accept the critical feedback I've provided, because I'd like to make sure this is the best possible piece of legislation we move forward. Thank you. And thanks for
Thank you,
letting me go over.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Patel. And absolutely, we're going to look at all the comments that we're getting. That's why we're having the hearing today, is to get the feedback and incorporate it in what we consider next year. Commissioner Wood, you're ANC 1C. Are you still here? Yes.
Yeah.
What area is that?
Adams Morgan. My part's right by Calderon Park.
Mount Pleasant?
Adams Morgan. So the
Okay. Because there were a couple of vacant properties that really stick out for me in Mount Pleasant, like the one on Ontario Road, but it sounds like that's to the west of you.
Yeah, there is one in the single member district I represent. I want to say 2 years ago-ish, there was a big issue. I actually contacted, I think you might have helped, or someone that you talked to got the fire department to come and help board up a building that was in really, really bad shape and stuffed to the brim with garbage, and it was a huge fire hazard, and that's getting redeveloped. And that used to be, I think, Alexander Graham Bell's wife ran the school for the deaf in that building, so that's good to see that. So that's what I represent, but not Mount Pleasant, no.
Yeah. And there's another building that comes to mind on Park between 15th and 16th, but that's outside your ANC as well.
Correct, that's not us.
Okay. And I had a question for Commissioner Sherman. At the end of your testimony, you were trying to wrap up because of the time.
Yeah.
You said, I urge the council to expand provisions specifically for commercial vacancies in properties in commercial corridors. Could you elaborate?
Sure. Yeah, I think there were a few other commissioners that noted on this too. In the working group, we discussed if residential properties and commercial properties should be treated differently with regard to how they're taxed or what incentives, penalties, et cetera. We couldn't really come to a good conclusion or consensus on what the difference should be and how they should be treated, but I still think there's something there to be explored. I also added a sort of another layer on top. It's not just commercial properties, it's commercial corridors. You can have a residential property in a commercial corridor. These vacant properties in commercial corridors like 14th Street, 11th Street, really depress the economic vitality of that neighborhood. There is a business on 14th Street that comes to mind, and on both the right and the left of that property are long-standing vacant properties. Business is decreased in that corridor because buildings are boarded up and they're mixed-use properties. They're not fully residential or fully commercial. So I think there needs to be an exploration about what could be done for commercial corridors and commercial properties. I noted establishing a commercial property land bank, potentially creating matching grants for improvements to commercial properties, and even designating a priority commercial vacancy zone with enhanced incentives and enforcement. And you could overlay this with the receivership program or even the Great Streets program to sort of boost some incentive for vacant properties in those areas.
Thank you. Give me just a second. Thank you all. Thank you, each of you, for your testimony. Very helpful. Eric Jones, Vice President of Government Affairs, Apartment Office Building Association of Metropolitan Washington. Dale Passon, Policy Counsel with DC Affordable Law Firm. Joanna Schmidt, Senior Staff Attorney with Legal Aid DC. Romeo Morgan, owner of Morgan Seafood. Faith Broderick, Economic Development Director with the Georgetown Bid. Matt Sokol, Staff Attorney with Legal Aid DC. I think I'll start there. All right, Mr. Jones, you're first.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee as a whole. I am Eric J. Jones, and I'm here today representing the members of the Apartment Office Building Association of Metropolitan Washington, or AOBA. For the last 50 years, AOBA has been the preeminent advocate for commercial office buildings and multifamily residential real estate in the Washington, D.C. area. Our owners, managers, and service providers represent 172 million square feet of commercial space and more than 400,000 residential units in the District, Maryland, and Virginia. In the district, we represent nearly 76.6 million square feet of commercial space and more than 108,000 apartment units. As a proud fourth generation Washingtonian district resident who has the honor of serving as AOBA's VP of Government Affairs for the commercial portfolio within the district, I'm pleased to offer our tentative support for B25-1003, the Vacant to Vibrant Amendment Act of 2025. While we were slightly disappointed not to be invited to serve on the advisory board, we have been able to participate in various conversations with members, and after reviewing the legislation, are tentatively comfortable with it. In particular, we are pleased with three provisions. Regarding reducing the tax rates for vacant and blighted properties, we believe that the group has struck the correct balance with its recommendations to lower tax rates and single-year exemption on the rates for recently registered properties. This is important because it will provide the ability to better budget and potentially align projects with additional goals. Second, the expansion of the exemption categories. While DOB and DLCP continue to make great strides in expediting the building process, there are still delays such as those related to building permits, which may be out of the control of the builders and the aforementioned agencies. This exemption considers these and other market conditions, unforeseen circumstances, and those things out of their control. Three, tax incentives for encouraging development. At a time when financing is becoming increasingly tricky, additional government support goes a long way toward incentivizing development. Additionally, at a time when many believe the district is only focused on the downtown, these types of incentives show a dedication to all 8 wards. Along with the items above, we would also like to advocate for a few additional modifications to the legislation, which we believe will make it much easier for our members to digest. The first is classification of tax classification change process. For this recommendation, we are jointly supporting our colleagues at DCBIA who will speak later during their testimony. In short, we agree with the recommendation that instead of reclassifying a property from commercial to multifamily during the CFO process, we feel that everyone will be better served if this process occurred during the issuance of a building permit or during the PUD process. This would not only allow our members to better budget during this process, but also provide more predictability in budgeting and timing, which is of utmost importance when completing a project. Second, extending the permit exemption timeline to a year. We recommend extending the exemption period to a full year. This provides ample time for all agencies to complete their permitting process, which could take up to a year, if not more. Third, providing additional exemptions for litigation and hardship. Under the set of exemptions, litigation is not considered, which could delay a project. Without considering litigation, generating funding and completion issues, projects can incur penalties and other costs that delay projects. Finally, making changes to the vacant property definition for sites under construction. Under current DC law, a site is deemed a building once the below-grade work is complete. This could escalate the property timeline to vacant property designations based purely on the timeline and not the actual definition of a property or conditions. In closing, I sincerely thank you for the opportunity to testify today and available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Mr. Passon?
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Dan Passon, and I'm Policy Counsel for the DC Affordable Law Firm, or DCALF. DCALF plays a unique role in the district's civil legal services system. Working across our specialties in family law, immigration, and probate and estate planning, we primarily represent low to modest income district residents who fall into a justice gap between residents who qualify for traditional civil legal aid and people who can afford their own attorney. We know that this comprehensive legislation was a massive, impressive undertaking. Now, seeking to build on the committee's historic work, DCALF suggests several revisions that would advance the goals of the working group. DCALF shares the committee's goal of getting vacant properties back into productive use. We also believe that the most efficient, most equitable way to do that is to allow the heirs of the deceased owners of vacant and blighted properties to benefit from their loved ones' legacies through probate. We therefore recommend several changes to the introduction that give residents a chance to inherit intergenerational wealth before it is lost to tax sale or receivership. Our recommendations include allowing heirs who are probating their family homes to benefit from the single-family residential rehabilitation program and from property tax payment plans, expanding the list of people who must receive notice and receivership or expedited tax sale foreclosure actions to include personal representatives, and several other important recommendations, including empowering the district to petition for probate before pursuing receivership or an expedited tax sale. This last point is critical, as due process requires that someone be appointed to serve as personal representative to accept service on behalf of a decedent's estate. In our written testimony, we discuss each of the proposed revisions in detail. Today, however, I will focus on the district's promulgation of a tangled title information sheet. The number one recommendation of a recent DC Estate Administration Working Group was community education on probate administration. The introduction provides that education, requiring funeral homes to give a tangled title information sheet conveying how to transfer ownership of real property within 5 days of a decedent's final disposition. We suggest several revisions to the subtitle to expand the reach of this excellent idea. First, it would be best to provide the critical information on the sheet at some remove from the psychological and logistical onslaught of initial funeral preparations, ensuring that someone won't lose the sheet or discard it. Accordingly, we recommend that funeral homes be permitted to provide the sheet when they're giving death certificates to families. This could take several days to a week, depending on the shipping speed that they select with DC Health. Allowing loved ones to pick up the sheets on the same trip during which they get the death certificates may get them into more people's hands. Second, it makes sense to provide the sheet to individuals who might not receive it immediately after a decedent's passing because they're not the family's lead communicator with the funeral home. If the person in charge of a funeral loses the sheet or declines to act on it, the family won't benefit from it. Most people trying to manage a decedent's affairs, however, will eventually end up getting a death certificate, maybe because they're a named beneficiary on a payable on death account, or they have to do something else with someone's home. We therefore recommend that DC Health provide the information sheet with all death certificates, the fiscal impact of which, if the agency wants to do it, should be absorbable by the agency. With nothing more required than printing off sheets to accompany the death certificates already being provided, this is an opportunity to educate all district families at little cost. Our final recommendation regarding the information sheet is that DHCD be responsible for producing it. They are the district's heirs property experts. We and other legal services providers already work closely with them through the heirs property assistance program, and they could produce the sheet without the fiscal impact of hiring a consultancy to support their work. So thank you for your consideration of our testimony. We look forward to working with the committee to preserve intergenerational wealth, and I would welcome any questions the committee may have.
Thank you, Mr. Passon. You were saying DHCD
DHCD, yes.
rather than DACL.
Yes.
DACL is Department of Aging and Community Living. And I have your statement. It's much more detailed. Thank you for that.
Yes, thank you, Chairman.
Joanna Schmidt.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. My name is Johanna Schmidt, and I am the Senior Staff Attorney in the Consumer Law Unit at Legal Aid DC. My colleague, Matt Sokol, and I are here today to discuss the Vacant to Vibrant Amendment Act. My testimony will focus on the vacant building determination process and the single-family home rehabilitation program, and Mr. Sokols will discuss the property tax proposals. At a high level, we are here today to encourage the committee to alter the act to ensure that it does not inadvertently harm our low-income neighbors who have limited financial resources. We encourage the committee to read our written testimony when it is submitted for more details. First, Legal Aid encourages the committee to enact procedural safeguards in the vacant and blighted building classification processes to enable homeowners an opportunity to correct and be heard on these classifications before they face the consequences of them. Unfortunately, Legal Aid sees time and again homeowners whose sole residences have been misclassified as vacant or blighted and come to Legal Aid seeking help. A misclassification of this variety causes a homeowner's property tax bill to skyrocket, jeopardizing a low-income homeowner's ability to remain in their home simply because they can no longer afford to pay the property taxes either on their own or through their mortgage payments. We urge the council to codify a process for a homeowner to learn of a possible determination and have a meaningful opportunity to be heard that they live in their residence, including an appeal if necessary, to avoid unintended misclassifications of residences and ensure that individuals do not face these harmful collateral consequences in the first instance. We would also encourage the committee to reconsider the factors the district uses to determine if a home is vacant. Legal Aid appreciates that the committee has reworked the factors to be considered when classifying a property as vacant. However, many of the proposed factors are still reliant on a homeowner's ability to maintain their home, a reality that is not always possible for families with tight wallets and limited financial resources. Legal Aid sees firsthand through our clients the difficult decisions that low-income families here in the district make every month. Oftentimes, our clients pick and choose what bills to pay, and disconnection notices for utilities are not uncommon, and many indeed of our clients have a utility that's been shut off entirely due to lack of payment. We also have clients who struggle with maintaining the exteriors of their properties, including vegetation, and even more of our clients would not be able to afford the thousands of dollars needed to remove a dead or diseased tree should that occur on their properties. Unfortunately, neither of these factors is a guaranteed demonstration that a property is truly vacant. Instead, they are simply demonstrations that a homeowner may be pinching pennies and struggling to make ends meet. Those homeowners still deserve to have their homes classified as residential properties, and they should not be faulted by the district for their limited financial resources. We would also encourage the committee to consider expanding who is eligible to take advantage of the single-family homeowner program outlined in the Act. Legal Aid applauds the committee's work to ensure that low-income homeowners have access to funds to repair and rehabilitate their homes. Legal Aid would urge the committee, however, to consider expanding access to these programs by loosening up some of the requirements to access them, such as the months that someone must be current on their mortgage, or enable individuals on property tax repayment plans to access these programs. Individuals who are working to turn over a new leaf and get back on track with a house that may have fallen on tough times are precisely those that should be able to take advantage of these programs, and we hope the committee considers enabling them to do so. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify, and I welcome any questions the committee may have.
Thank you. And Ms. Schmidt, I think you said you will be submitting your statement.
Yes, we will.
All right. And you said we, I'm guessing that includes Mr. Sokol.
Yes, it's a joint statement from
And
legal aid as a whole.
even though he's a couple people down, why don't I turn to him now? Matt Sokol?
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Good morning, Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee. My name is Matt Sokol and I'm a staff attorney in the Consumer Unit at Legal Aid DC. I'm here to urge the committee to consider a few important changes to the Vacant to Vibrant Amendment Act of 2024. First, adequate procedural protections are imperative to homeowners facing tax sale foreclosure of properties that have been deemed vacant or blighted, and the district should ensure that these protections are available for all DC homeowners. The Act thoroughly lays out a set of procedures and detailed notice requirements that must be followed prior to an entering of a judgment of foreclosure. These procedures and notice requirements are important safeguards for homeowners facing foreclosure, but as the Act is written, failure to follow these procedures is not a defense to foreclosure. If a procedural deficiency can't be raised as a defense to the foreclosure, those requirements risk becoming meaningless. Procedural protections are a substantial part of people's due process rights, and legal aid would hate to see those rights be stripped from homeowners of properties who have been deemed vacant or blighted. Similarly, legal aid urges the committee to reconsider enabling summary proceedings upon an answer being filed. Although legal aid appreciates the committee's goal of allowing these proceedings to move quickly, we urge the committee to ensure that individuals have a meaningful opportunity to be heard through the foreclosure process rather than a summary proceeding. Unrepresented individuals will likely struggle to explain with particularity all of the issues with their tax sale or raise all of their available defenses. An individual should not be foreclosed on simply because they do not understand all of their rights or how to best explain their situation to stave off foreclosure. Second, legal aid urges the committee to consider expanding access to payment plans. We applaud the council's efforts to ensure more homeowners can retain their properties through the implementation of 12-month property tax payment plans. However, we at Legal Aid regularly work with clients who, for various reasons, accrue property tax arrearages over $10,000. These lower-income DC residents often can't afford to make payments close to, if not over, $1,000 per month on top of their typical life expenses. Expanding payment plan options to 18 months or 24 months even could make these payment plans more manageable, allowing more residents to retain their properties and the significant intergenerational wealth that stems from homeownership. Additionally, as written, only homeowners receiving the homestead deduction would have access to payment plans. Many of our clients do not know that the homestead deduction exists before seeking out our services. We often help homeowners apply for the homestead deduction and have seen that it could take some time for the district to review and consider an application before making a final determination. In order to ensure that homeowners who do not yet receive the homestead tax deduction are eligible to receive repayment plans, Legal Aid encourages the committee to alter the act to permit individuals who have pending homestead deduction applications to be eligible for a repayment plan upon proof of a submitted application. In conclusion, while we support the Council's goals of increasing access to usable and safe housing, we want to ensure adequate procedural protections are in place and that payment plans are affordable and accessible so that the district's most vulnerable homeowners can preserve their intergenerational wealth. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions from the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Sokol. Romeo Morgan, please proceed. Turn on your microphone.
Good morning, Chairman
Good
Middleton.
morning.
My name is Romeo Morgan. I'm the owner of Morgan Seafood, which is a historical landmark on Georgia Avenue. My family's been there for over 80 years. I also represent all the small businesses on Georgia Avenue as the president of the Georgia Avenue Business Alliance. I'm here to talk about how and what the way that they're deeming properties as vacant in the District of Columbia. My property itself has been tagged with graffiti year after year after year after year. I fought, didn't fight, but I lobbied for the city council to put additional $300,000 in the budget for graffiti movement for the District of Columbia. I in turn went up down Georgia Avenue to get all the businesses and property owners to sign graffiti waivers so that the city can remove the graffiti. And just as quick as they remove the graffiti, 2 weeks later, the graffiti's back up on these properties. This is one of the means that they're using the property, saying that the property is vacant. One of the things I've been asking and trying to get the city council to do is, one, put forth a legislation, if we want to put together legislation, of a $10,000 fine, 1,000 hours of community service, and 1 year, if possible, jail time if you get caught putting graffiti in the District of Columbia. Because this is a big problem. They're not only graffitiing buildings, people are putting up murals. They're graffitiing the murals. These murals I work with Arts of All DC. They're putting up murals, the Ben's Chili Bowl, they graffitied that one. That mural cost $20,000 to put up that mural, only for a guy to turn around and put graffiti on it. These are some of the things that and this is the way that they're using vacant property as saying your property is vacant. And that's what they're doing with my property. Now, mind you, the Department of Public Works are the ones who have the graffiti waivers, but DOB is not walking in correspondence with the Department of Public Works to find out whether there's anybody signing these graffiti waivers. So they're just saying, okay, well, your property has graffiti on it, you're vacant. Well, we've signed graffiti waivers. We've contacted 311. We've contacted the city. Let's go ahead and why is it that these organizations are working together so that way it's not impacting the taxpayers, us who are property owners and business owners through this. The vacant status continuously have a problem. Like I said, I represent the small businesses on Georgia Avenue. Down on my area, we have a developer called the Zuckerman Group who came to me inside Morgan Seafood when I had Morgan Seafood open. He said, Mr. Morgan, we want to buy your property. My property is not for sale. Well, you don't sell us your property. We have people in the government that help us take your property. So ever since then, my property has been put as vacant. Ever since then, now they put me as vacant and blighted. And this is not just my property. It's everybody within my block, within a 2-block radius. There's 5 Black-owned properties that they've done the same thing to, where we refuse to sell to them. All of a sudden, our properties are being deemed vacant. This is ridiculous. District Dogs is right next door to me. They're the one I couldn't find when I filed the FOIA request. District Dogs is the one who's been making the complaints about my property to make my property go into vacant and blighted property status. But somebody's ripping off the siding off the side of Morgan's up there. It's not falling off. I've given you pictures of showing you these things, and once again, District Dogs is there. Who owns the property? The Zuckerman Group. This is the problem that we have, and that really needs to be looked at. 3128 Georgia Avenue, which is owned by Ms. Johnson. Her property has been deemed vacant. She uses it to maintain all the other property. There's no trash, there's no debris. She makes sure she takes all the graffiti off of it. But because a developer of Georgia Avenue LLC has been trying to buy that property, but all of the complaints are coming in from Georgia Avenue LLC. Well, if you look at 3113, 3115, 3117 Georgia Avenue, that's in vacant. That's in a worse condition than my property has ever been in. But who owns that property? Georgia Avenue LLC. These are the people, the developers that are coming in that are weaponizing the city and trying to get the city to turn around and put our properties as vacant and abandoned, using the system. And when they come out, they're not taking a look at it and say, okay, well, let's work with somebody. I think there needs to be an independent organization separate from DOB, separate from DCRA, and separate from the city council. So that when people make these complaints to these cities about these properties, maybe we can find out who owns these properties, find out, especially a lot of them are senior citizens. They're on fixed income. They don't have that much money. There's programs that we have here that we can assist them with getting grants to help them fix up their houses. But none of these ANC commissioners, I don't see anybody coming, especially from Ward 1, with Brandon Doe, that's trying to assist my senior citizens and helping them to get these grants. To get the small business grant with Jim Graham. He put $2.6 million in there for the Great Street so we can revitalize Georgia Avenue. But the problem is that you have new developers coming into the District of Columbia who's calling because they want these properties and they're weaponizing the city, using the city to turn around and when they make these complaints, inspectors are coming out. And they're saying your property is vacant. I'm giving you pictures of what Morgan's look like and what Morgan looks like today and what it did look like. And I can guarantee you one thing, my property is not being blighted. But yet I have a destination on my property. I've gone down to talk to Don Sullivan about this here. When I told Mr. Sullivan about this problem going to happen, Mr. Sullivan in turn told me, Mr. Morgan, maybe you need to find a better way to protect your property. Excuse me, you are in charge of vacant properties. And this is what you're telling me? And my answer to him was, excuse me, Mr. Middleton, but in other words, you're telling me if I catch somebody putting graffiti on a building, I have the right to blow their head off. Oh, no, that's not what I'm telling you. No, that's exactly what you're telling me, because I'm coming to you telling you these are issues that I have, but you turn around and tell me I need to better find a way to protect my property.
Mr. Morgan, thank you.
So, and close, you know.
You're way over your
I
time.
know, but I just want to get this last point across. And vacant lots also. Ms. Johnson has, that demon vacant lots is blighted also. Vacant and blighted, which is illegal for a vacant lot to be deemed vacant and blighted. But I do thank you very much. If you have any questions, I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you, and I have the pictures that you submitted. Thank you for that. Faith Broderick? Ms. Broderick?
Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thank you. Good afternoon, Council Chairman Mendelson and members of the committee and staff. My name is Faith Broderick, and I am the Economic Development Director at the Georgetown BID. I'm here to provide testimony on the Vacant and Vibrant Amendment Act of 2024. I want to thank you, Chairman Mendelson, for your leadership on this important issue and for assigning Mr. Strum to work with the community on finding legislative solutions to a long-standing set of problems. Our CEO, Joe Sterlieb, was pleased to serve on the working group this past year. In our experience managing the Georgetown Commercial District, buildings become vacant and blighted for many reasons, and therefore the solutions to getting properties back into productive use, or at the very least preventing them from having a negative impact on their surrounding neighbors and businesses, require a more tailored set of solutions than can be achieved by a one-size-fits-all approach. With respect to commercial properties, we have found that market conditions, tenant demand, the economic costs of renovating a building, along with Georgetown's unique regulatory environment, all contribute to the vacancies that we're seeing. However, many of the legislative solutions in this bill assume that buildings are vacant because landlords will not accept a lower rent. With very few exceptions, we have found that landlords in Georgetown are working very hard to release vacant buildings as soon as they are able. So with that said, our feedback is focused in 4 primary areas. There should be separate policies for residential and commercial buildings. There should be added flexibility for property owners who are working in good faith to fulfill their buildings and fill them back into productive use. The definition of what is considered vacant or blighted should be expanded to include vacant and blighted parcels. And we should be supporting owners and nearby tenants by removing stickers from the bill and funding grant programs that would help with occupancy. Focusing on commercial property explicitly, it is our view that council should be creatively supporting landlords to lease to appropriate and high-quality tenants. To do so, we need a different set of incentives and penalties to get buildings and parcels back into productive use based on market realities in commercial districts. It takes on average 16 to 18 months from signing a lease to opening a business in Georgetown. Marketing and lengthy lease negotiation periods, time-consuming negotiations with the Old Georgetown Board over signage or whether the building facade looks a certain way, and then frequent delays with permitting. Even the best faith and most active landlords will exceed the 2-year window outlined in this bill. At the very least, we ask that council add a minimum of 6 months to the date in this bill for properties in the Georgetown Historic District, because we're the only neighborhood in the city subject to the Old Georgetown Board. While the determining factors to identify a vacant or blighted building are comprehensive, the legislation does not account for vacant or blighted parcels. Vacant and blighted parcels can detract from the health, well-being, and economic vibrancy of a community. In Georgetown alone, these have made leasing more difficult and resulted in a much safer set of conditions on our streets. Equally damaging is stickering a vacant commercial building, which my colleague Charles Young will be discussing with you later today. Stickering primarily serves to reduce the sense of safety in the neighborhood. We recommend amending the legislation to eliminate stickering in commercial districts, or at the very least in districts that choose to opt out of their use. In every case, landlords that are actively reporting their vacancies or have clear and active building permits should be waived from all stickers. To support with landlords with tenant attraction, we believe that the fees collected through this program should be used to incentivize occupancy, whether it be to cover tenant improvements or broker fees. That said, the registration and renewal fees are regressive and not scaled appropriately to fit the range of properties and owners impacted by vacant property. While we recognize the council's desire to penalize property owners for noncompliance, there are many owners who are unaware of this process. In turn, new owners or those dealing with a vacant building for the very first time are disproportionately penalized. I want to thank you for your time and all of your effort on this set of legislation. I'm available to answer any questions, and I will be submitting my testimony later today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Broderick. And I was going to ask about your statement, but you said you will be submitting it, so thank you. I have a few questions. Mr. Jones, the last page of your statement, you mentioned clarification of tax classification change process. Is that a comment on something in the bill or more general about the tax classification process?
It's something that we're working with DCBA. They're going to speak to it later. We're recommending that you add it as an amendment when it's reintroduced next year. It's something we thought would actually make it work easier for those looking to redevelop properties.
Okay, I'm kind of a little bit hesitant because I'm not hearing this dealing specifically with vacant property. It's with property that's being actively constructed.
So a lot of times when you have vacant properties, when those vacant properties, when someone takes a vacant property, actually goes through the process of redeveloping and rehabbing that property, it can again be, once it's defined as a property, there's a specific timeline before it's once again defined as vacant. And that's the issue. We don't want to have people start the process and get through a process too fast when they're getting negative charges or items on the property, which makes it unrealistic for them to work on a property.
I did not follow what you just said. So you wrote, instead of reclassifying from commercial to multifamily during the C of O process. So
Yes.
this is a building that exists,
Mhm.
and presumably if it's at the C of O process, it's about to be occupied.
Sometimes yes and sometimes no. It takes, you have C of O processes that can still take months, if not longer, to deal with, unfortunately.
Well, I know the C of O process can take a while, but this bill doesn't take property that's vacant during,
As we said, when DCBA testified, said they're going to add a lot more color to it. It was just something that we agreed to and we added to our testimony as well.
okay. And then you said make changes to the vacant property definition for sites under construction. I think the scheme exempts property that's under construction. If it has a building permit, that's different, because we've seen buildings with building permits that nothing happens.
We may have looked at it differently. That was our concern. We took it to our legislative group. We had that concern because we didn't think it was very clear. So we're open to definitely working with you between now and reintroduction and at the beginning of the year to make sure we're on the same page.
Give me a sec. For the two folks from legal aid, Mr. Sokol, maybe not now, but you're going to submit your statement later. Maybe you could give some examples of some of these tax issues. And of course, I don't have your statement, so I just made a note here. It says, give me examples of tax issues. Because we offer abatements to, maybe I shouldn't say abatements, credits. There's a senior citizen property tax credit. So usually senior citizens are not in expensive, at least low income are not in expensive, super expensive or valuable properties. So they may have a tax bill of, let's say, a couple $1,000s, but with the senior citizen property tax credit, it's cut in half. And so I was having some difficulty following why there is this problem, other than what Ms. Schmidt said, which led to a question I had there. What I wrote down here was give homeowner a chance to be heard if misclassification. And I don't know what to do with that, because a property owner is told what their tax class is, I believe, when they get their notice of proposed assessment. They're told what their tax classification is when they get their bill. They get their bill twice a year. I believe that in a improper classification can be changed retroactively up to half a year. So I'm not understanding the problem here, unless it is a property owner who's just simply not paying attention.
To speak briefly, if I may, on the misclassification concerns that legal aid sees with our clients. What we're proposing is effectively that the district give notice to someone that their property has been or is set to be deemed vacant or blighted prior to that actually occurring, to allow someone the opportunity to try to remediate that. We appreciate that the district does have these abilities to go retroactively back potentially, as long as a homeowner is able to prove and for several years. However, sometimes that damage of having a vacant property classification or a blighted property classification, again, just has really negative immediate collateral consequences that put a low-income
Such as?
homeowner at risk.
Such as?
The biggest one is that if they still have a mortgage on their property and the mortgage servicer steps in to pay that property tax bill, their escrow will get recalculated. In paying that, vacant property classification tax bill, the escrow account is likely to balloon, and therefore you're likely to see potentially a doubling, if not more, for an individual's mortgage payment, making it completely unaffordable, setting them up for risk of foreclosure on their mortgage when that becomes unaffordable for them. And those are consequences that we'd like a low-income individual, especially, the ability to try to correct before they get to that threshold.
Well, you have to submit your testimony, and so you have opportunity to address this. But what I'm hearing is a homeowner who's not really paying attention. Now, the Georgetown representative testified about how there shouldn't be stickers. I believe that Department of Buildings stickers a property when they deem it vacant.
They claim to. I understand that in some situations they do. However, Legal Aid has current clients who have not gotten stickers on their properties, but then have found out later, potentially even through their mortgage companies, after the mortgage company has stepped in to pay the heightened property taxes, and a homeowner calls to ask why their payment has changed so much. We see in those situations that that's when a homeowner is learning for the first time. We appreciate that, the Department of Buildings tries to do these things. We understand that we're all human, but we want to make sure that there are steps in the process before a home becomes classified as vacant, for a homeowner to have an opportunity to try to correct and prevent all of these negative collateral consequences from taking
Well,
root.
you're going to have to help me on this. So you have something to submit and work on it a bit. I mean, I've visited a fair number of vacant properties, and they've always had paper. If not a sticker, they've had paper indicating that it's been classified as vacant. Actually, sometimes maybe it doesn't have the paper because the paper, there are traces of where the paper like washed off a couple of years ago. I mean, I get it, because I'm well aware in my office, people who contact me, they don't understand that they could be getting the homestead deduction. So people don't pay attention, but there are many ways that a property owner can see what their classification is at least 3 times a year. And, well, I don't know that I want to belabor it. Just address this in more detail when you submit your comments. That would be helpful.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to thank all the witnesses for your testimony. Mr. Morgan, I may show up in your neighborhood and check it out. But if I do, I probably won't let you know.
Yeah, the first couple of pages that you see on there is not the properties of my properties. This is Douglas Jamal Development's properties, which none of the properties are blighted coming in New York Avenue. You're coming into the nation's capital, and the first thing you see with the KFC, the Taco Bell, where they were supposed to be putting the Target at, is that whole vacant block. The grass is overgrowing on there. Douglas Jamal isn't thinking about these properties in the District of Columbia anymore. He's buying up Buffalo, New York, and that's where he's investing his time and his money at right now.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Morgan. Erica Wadlington, Senior Director of Policy and Legislative Affairs at the DC Building Industry Association. Jeff Utz, who's Director at Goulston and Stores. Lyle Blanchard, who is shareholder at Greenstein, DeLorme and Lux. Richard Lake, President of Roadside Development. Charles Young, who is Community Safety Coordinator at the Georgetown BID. Deborah Cuevas Hill, who's Managing Attorney, Legal Counsel for the Elderly. Stanley Mays, Kay Pearson, who is president of the Coalition for the Preservation and Prosperity of Black Businesses on Georgia Avenue, and Dean Hunter, who is CEO with Small Multifamily Owners Association. And we will, while folks are sitting down, we'll start with Ms. Wadlington.
Thank you, sir. I'm Erica Wadlington. I am a Ward 5 resident and the Senior Director of Policy and Legislative Affairs for DCBIA. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I also like to thank the committee and staff for dedicating over a year to working with a diverse group of stakeholders, including ANC reps, government agencies, and the building industry. DCBIA supports the bill, and we are grateful not only for the research-driven nature of this bill, but for the inclusive process. I will submit a more detailed testimony, but for the sake of today, focus on a couple issues. First, while the legislation does define vacant building, it does not define building. According to DOB for ground up construction, as soon as any construction occurs above grade, it is considered a building that could be designated as vacant property. However, there are scenarios where there are structures that are not yet complete, not yet habitable, and should not be determined as a vacant building. So when the inspection is incongruous with the intent of the designation, it ultimately results in burdensome appeal processes and steep tax burden, particularly for small developers and homeowners. Thus, we just ask the council to make clear that a vacant and blighted building should be one that is above grade, but capable of being occupied. We do support the expanded timelines in the bill and the much needed building permit exemption, and we're willing to work with you on those qualifications and the duration. For example, we recommend that the building permit timeline extend to 12 months, and we also suggest that expanding the permit types to match that in Title IV. We also support the tax rates proposed in this bill and understand other jurisdictions are similar, but more importantly, it allows the owner time to bring the property out of disrepair and secure capital. Regarding the application of these exemptions, we would like the council to make clear when they kick in and that the permit exemption is automatic, applied as soon as intake forms are complete. We will also like to make sure that the permit application exemption remains in effect while it's unexpired, and the intent is not to have the owner reapply every 6 months. And to address another issue that was raised earlier, we would like to cover a tax reclassification. Conversion projects, particularly office to residential conversions, often have to retain their commercial tax rates even while they're under construction and they're preparing for their residential use, and the new use is forthcoming. But keeping in mind, this also impacts your vacant commercial properties that have been raised to make way for residential, but must maintain their prior tax status because of the underlying zoning. This issue has become even more concerning for us because as of October 1, OTR has shared with us their new tax rates policy after reading case law and also implementing the FY25 budget. They've changed their policy so that now any conversion must wait till they are 100% complete or have received their CFO. If I could have just one more minute. We've also discussed this issue with OTR staff to ask that they allow for some flexibility to provide the tax classification change earlier in the process. But we all agree that right now the code needs to be updated and needs to be clear to allow the agency the opportunity to make this change. So our request of the council is to allow for your Class 2 to Class 1 conversions, the ability to change their tax classification at the earliest indicator of its new intended use. That could be at the point of a building permit has been approved, or a PUD has been approved, or the owner has a district disposition and development agreement that requires that property to be residential. Another opportunity could be if they have a designation of that tax lot as residential, or there's evidence of a local or federal subsidy that has a financing commitment for residential purposes. We believe that allowing this change in code, specifying it explicitly, will allow those vacant commercial properties that are being converted to be able to have that lower tax rate and be motivated into a better use. So in closing, I just want to say thank you for the opportunity. DCBA supports this bill and believes our recommendations will enhance its effectiveness. And we look forward to working with you as the bill moves through the process. I'm happy to answer any questions at this time. I also wanted to flag that Mr. Richard Lake, who's also on the agenda, is currently testifying before the Housing Committee, and he will be joining really shortly. His panel is wrapping up.
Thank you. Jeff Utz.
Great. Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, members of the committee and staff. My name is Jeff Utz. I'm co-chair of the DCBIA Public Policy and Regulatory Committee. I'm also a lawyer with Goulston and Storrs with a specialty in DC land use law. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify on this bill. At the outset, I'd just like to state that we greatly appreciate the time and efforts of the council and staff, along with the work of the OCFO and DOB and other stakeholders on the issues that are in this legislation. It's clear that a great deal of thought and work has gone into creating a robust piece of legislation. The amendment contains fixes that will assist with creating a more sensible and viable environment for all manner of property owners in the city, from individual homeowners to large commercial owners, and the community at large, which can help in producing clarity and stimulating investment in the district, along with reducing significant and unintended financial burdens. We also appreciate the outreach to DCBIA and other industry stakeholders. With that, I'd like to convey a few comments that I believe can enhance the proposed legislation without undermining any of the aspects of the law's intent. In particular, improving and enhancing some of the proposed exemptions for properties that are clearly in the process of design, review, approval, or construction would enhance the likelihood that owners and potential purchasers or investors will move forward on purchasing and developing properties in the district. This would achieve the very investment and avoid the very adverse impacts that the vacant and blighted laws are intended to address. As a general matter, I strongly support the enhancements relating to additional exemptions from the vacant and blighted designations and the extended timeframes related to those exemptions. It is essential to bring these designations into alignment, though, with the typical property ownership and development cycles and the complexities of the many processes in the district. Specifically, first, I'd recommend that the exemption relating to reviews by various commissions and boards is clarified so that as long as a property has a pending application, either before the review agency or a valid unexpired approval in place, the exemption from the vacant or blighted designation would apply. This section includes approvals by the Board of Zoning Adjustment, Zoning Commission, Historic Preservation Review Board, Mayor's Agent for Historic Preservation, DPW, Commission of Fine Arts, and NCPC. The concept that we are proposing would replace the 2-year term currently reflected in the updated section. Regarding approvals by the BZA, Zoning Commission, and historic preservation processes, it typically takes several years to develop a project, from design to financing to producing construction drawings and getting permits, and then to actually construct the projects. The process of obtaining an entitlement approval adds another significant, costly step to the development cycle that often greatly extends the timeline. However, the subsequent costs and efforts for a project, namely spending the significant funds to produce construction drawings and then mobilize into site preparation and construction itself, will not occur until after entitlements are received and after an appeal or an appeal period has concluded. I note that these approvals typically have their own validity period, and it's often 2 years itself. There's also an ability for the approving authorities to create custom validity periods or extend the initial approval in each case, subject to reviews that typically relate to a good cause or similar standard. The code should defer to these more specific timing components within the zoning regulation or wherever the relevant statute resides, and the well-known now processes built up around those extension processes. Separately, members of the organization also requested that alley closing approvals are added to the list of exemptions in this section. Secondly, I request that additional consideration be added to the exemptions to capture the concept of appeals themselves. The exemption should be clarified to include any appeals related to entitlements or building permits associated with the property. Currently, the litigation referred to in the section that provides exemptions seems to relate to probate proceedings and title actions only. Third, I also recommend that the exemption relating to the submission of a building permit and its review by DOB be altered from the 6-month time frame to a 12-month time frame. And we also we also request the inclusion of permit applications for demolition or raise permits in this section. Fourth, like others that have spoken already, I request that the concept of activity relating to demolition or raise permits is included in the section relating to construction activity. There's currently a 3-year exemption for construction and related activity. I would request that demolition and raise permits and efforts be specifically referenced therein. Finally, within the exemption concept, relating to the total duration of exemptions, the limitation to 5 tax years within any 12-year period is unfortunately too short. There are many development processes that can extend well beyond such a 5-year period. The combination of an entitlement process plus potential litigation, subsequent permitting processes, construction and delivery can easily exceed 5 years. Moving on and speaking to economic hardship specifically and the standards and the proposed regulations or the proposed code, I would like to reiterate that the request for clarification that an exemption for substantial economic hardship is extended to the commercial ownership and development entities. The relevant section is geared towards individual property owners, which is fantastic. It should just be expanded, given the significant financial stresses on commercial real estate in the district, especially downtown, and the adverse effects that vacant and blighted taxes can have on those properties. We recommend expanding the concept to incorporate commercial owners more explicitly. As part of this, I ask that any proposed foreclosure by a lender be automatically granted an exemption as well from the vacant or blighted designation for a period of 3 years. While there is some discussion of foreclosure in the financial hardship language of the proposed code, it does not appear to extend to the commercial context. Finally, I request a clarification in the act that a property cannot be determined to be vacant and blighted, class 4, unless it has already been deemed class 3 and vacant alone. With that, in closing, thank you so much for the opportunity to provide these comments. I did submit testimony that reflects these comments in additional detail, including section references in each of the topics that I just walked through. And I'm happy to answer any questions. We look forward to continuing to work with the council, agencies, and other stakeholders, and really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Utz. Mr. Blanchard.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and committee staff. My name is Lyle Blanchard. I'm a shareholder with the law firm of Greenstein, DeLorme & Lux, and testifying today as a member of the District of Columbia Building Industry Association and its Public Policy and Regulatory Committee. I'm also on DCBIA's DOB working group, DDOT working group, OCFO working group, and I'm a member of OTR's Tax Advisory Board. I welcome the opportunity to testify in support of Bill 24-1003. I've worked with many clients with vacant and blighted issues over the past 23 years. And actually, when I worked for DCRA, I was involved in a working group with DHCD that was trying to figure out incentives versus penalties for scattered site properties, I guess 3 decades ago. So this is an issue that's been around for a long time, and this is the great bill. Good, there's a lot of work that went into it. However, I have a few concerns. One is service of process. And just as an example, I got this today in the mail from the Office of Administrative Hearings. They send service by mail as well as email, but you have to opt into an email service acknowledgement after you first get something in the mail. And so I want to echo the remarks already made by the Legal Aid Society and others that a lot of people, including people who can afford to hire me, when you get sent something by email, it doesn't always get to you. My own law firm email address, lmb@gdllaw.com, people often leave out that second L and it goes somewhere, but it never gets to me. Thank God. OTR and DOB, I know Mr. Hanlon was here earlier, do send things out to people by mail, like you were saying. And they also placard the notice on the door, which is fine. But in order to have legitimate service and protect due process rights, I'm raised concerns about this idea of just being able to email everybody, because often you could have an employee that leaves, you could have a business partner that's gets fired by his firm, or they have a falling out and sue each other. And that employee that's put down their email address as a contact person, or that partner that's put down an email address, they're not there anymore. And that service has not been accomplished. The DC courts and the feds require service by mail. And I've got a couple other points really quickly. Blighted properties, there needs to be an exemption when you have a situation where you're applying for a building permit and you haven't gotten that permit issued yet, and yet you're hit with a blighted tax. A lot of developers don't have a lot of resources. Homeowners, small developers, and even large developers, financing is very difficult to get nowadays. And so anything that raises taxes while you're trying to get something built has the opposite of the intended effect, which is to get all these properties back into productive use. I'll stop there because I don't want to go over my time, which I think I've already done. But there are more things in my testimony, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Blanchard. On Richard Lake, I'm guessing is not with us yet. Charles Young?
Good afternoon, Chair Mendelson and members of the committee staff. I'm Charles Young, Community Safety Coordinator with the Georgetown Business Improvement District. And I'm going to provide a public safety perspective on one aspect of the proposed bill. I have nearly a decade of experience in law enforcement, 3 years in the private security sector, and 4 years as a business owner of a brick and mortar store. I'm testifying today to express the Georgetown Improvement District's concerns regarding the proposed continued use of not difficult to remove vacant or blighted property notices applied to buildings. In my personal experience and that of the Georgetown bid, the negative unintended consequences on both property owners and the surrounding community of posting these notices outweigh any benefit they provide to the city. Specifically, the posted notices act as a visible advertisement that a property is vacant or blighted. We've had more than one instance where a well-maintained vacant property in the commercial district that wasn't problematic has received a sticker and then been broken into and used to break into the adjacent building that was occupied through the back door where the individual was able to operate out of sight. The presence of such notices may make vacant buildings more susceptible to misuse, including squatting, theft of metals like copper, drug-related activity, and loitering. In a University of Maryland study on the connection between crime and blighted properties, an ex-offender interviewed shared that he specifically targeted areas with vacant buildings when planning his robberies, as these properties provided convenient locations to stage, change clothes, and evade capture. This kind of targeted activity is harder to avoid when vacant properties are clearly marked by the district government. Moreover, the risk of increased crime due to vacant properties extends beyond theft. Vacant buildings often become hotspots for loitering and gathering of individuals with and without criminal intent. In Georgetown, as I've said, we have seen vacant properties used as a means of accessing adjacent buildings, contributing to further security challenges. When adjacent properties are affected by vacancies, leasing opportunities can also be hindered, as potential tenants are wary of the increased risk associated with nearby vacant space that hosts a bright sticker. Additionally, the proposed criteria for determining vacancies, such as overgrown vegetation, missing doors, and the absence of furnishing, are already indicators that a property may be vacant. The hard-to-remove notice would serve as an even stronger confirmation that a property is indeed unoccupied, thereby amplifying the risk associated with vacancies. Some municipalities in other regions, such as Pasco County, Florida, have discontinued the use of such notices due to their association with increased criminality. Considering this concern, the Georgetown Business Improvement District respectfully requests that the provision requiring not difficult to remove vacant or blighted property notices be removed from the legislation, or that the Georgetown area be exempt from the specific aspect of this legislation. Thank you for your attention and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Young. Deborah Cuevas Hill. She here?
I'm here. Good afternoon.
Excellent.
Good afternoon, Chairman. My name is Deborah Cuevas Hill, Managing Attorney of the Consumer Advocacy and Homeownership Preservation Practice at Legal Counsel for the Elderly, LCE. I'm here to testify on the Vacant to Vibrant Amendment Act of 2024. LCE has extensive experience helping seniors with probate and with the district's tax sale process. LCE strongly supports the creation of a wills registry, either an electronic or a physical registry. A wills registry safeguards wills prepared by testators and ensures that their intent is carried out when it comes time to probate their estate. A registry heads off potential perilous heirs property issues down the road when wills cannot be located at the time of probate, which can also lead to problems of blighted and vacant properties. I will further elaborate on our suggestions for the wills registry and other sections of the bill in our written testimony. I will use my limited time today to highlight 3 key points where we believe the council should strengthen protections for heirs, regardless of vacancy, and protections for heirs and record owners to avoid loss of properties that are not vacant to tax sale. These include distribution and creation of the tangled title information sheet, adequate notice to heirs before a home is lost to tax sale, fairness in designated vacant and blighted vacant property, and establishing a meaningful opportunity to challenge incorrect designations. The Tangled Title Information Sheet is a positive step toward educating district residents about heirs' property. The bill provides heirs with critical information on transfer of title after the death of a loved one and includes DACL, DHCD, funeral homes as distribution partners. The council should consider adding additional distribution partners such as OTR, DOB, and community-based organizations that interface with heirs. LC applauds the measures to better inform heirs of their rights and options. However, we are deeply concerned about the new provisions for receivership and for expedited tax sale of Class 3 and 4 properties. Both these new mechanisms could result in loss of the property entirely, and as written, the bill does not appear to require any notice to heirs before that occurs. This is entirely out of step with other foreclosure processes in the district and elsewhere and could raise serious due process concerns as well as potentially leave a cloud on title that will prevent the district from achieving the ultimate goal of bringing the properties back to productive use. LC also understands the council's desire to make the tax sale process move more quickly for these truly vacant properties. One option to address vacant heirs properties would be to adopt the process used in mortgage foreclosures and empower the district as a tax creditor to ask the probate court to appoint a personal representative from the probate fiduciary panel. Once a PR is in place, the foreclosure can proceed, and in many cases, the PR could expeditiously conduct a market sale. This process could work more quickly than the current tax sale process, while also accounting for the heir's property interest and avoiding any clouds on title or unjust takings. Often, service in the tax sale lawsuit is the first instance that an heir realizes that the home is at risk of loss. We urge the council to consider a probate model that protects heirs from unfair loss of property due to lack of notice. Finally, I'd like to use the last few minutes of my time to share that the council has an opportunity in this bill to improve the process for designating properties as vacant or blighted by making the process more equitable for low-income communities who may be experiencing hardship and ensuring that there is a meaningful process to challenge the incorrect designation. We have seen clients' homes inadvertently designated as vacant, as Ms. Schmidt from Legal Aid, my colleagues at Legal Aid mentioned earlier, and are concerned that the bill in its current form does not do enough to ensure that they are not caught up in an expedited process. The bill is large, includes so many elements that touches on our core expertise. I cannot possibly touch on all of these today. I urge the council to include stakeholders in further discussions regarding this bill. In conclusion, the council must balance the need to increase usable housing stock with preserving intergenerational wealth and keeping seniors in their homes. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm happy to answer any questions from the committee.
Thank you, Ms. Hill. Stanley Mays.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today. My name is Stanley Mays. My wife Geraldine and I own a single-family home located at 317 U Street Northwest. We have maintained this property without blight or vandalism throughout our ownership. We have kept this property for 2 principal reasons. First, we are the parents of adult children, and we wanted to have a place for them and their families when they are in DC. Second reason was that we had planned to do restoration and renovation at our principal residence, and we recognized that we would need a place to stay during our renovation. Meanwhile, as we plan to make plumbing repairs for which we received valid permits, the city struck us with vacant property taxes, which ultimately amounted to nearly $100,000. We took from our retirement funds to pay this penalty so that we could preserve our dream, but nonetheless, it was repeated again, costing another $100,000. This vacant property tax process has depleted our retirement savings and not provided us with a pathway to make our necessary repairs at a fraction of these amounts. This process has been circular so that every payment we have painfully made has not given us any pathway for the repairs as that we could get out of this burdensome tax. This brings me to the vacant and vibrant amendment to the Bill 25-1003. While this concept improving, improving the options for the city to address abatement of nuisance properties is desirable, I would like to know how this act would assist an individual property owner in avoiding the seizure of citizens' resources without providing any assistance to the small property owner. Will this act allow a small property owner a route to get their property improved without being driven into insolvency for wanting to have a second home? Why is there no allowance for an owner to make improvement in a time certain? Such an incentive would give small owners a chance to make repairs and give a schedule for achieving any repairs before vacant property penalties would reoccur. Many small owners just need our government to work with them rather than penalize them for not being wealthy real estate investors. Accelerating the permitting process is a good change. However, will this be a process for city abatement or wealthy investors, or will it be available to all property owners? Finally, the summary of this act was to make public notice of the summary of this act, which was the public notice of this hearing, does not identify what the new tax rates Class 3 and Class 4 properties will be, or what are the proposed tax sale provisions. Each of these reforms should be set forth in a manner to give the greatest opportunity for all residents, owners to remain owners and or small investors. Thank you for your opportunity for this opportunity, and I will take any questions you have. And I'm going to submit a more detailed testimony. My printer went out and I could not get it done, so I just came anyway, and I will be submitting something with more detail. I've been helped a lot by hearing some of the details that I wanted to know in the testimony that took place here today.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. And thank you for noting that you'll submit the testimony. Kay Pearson.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson. My name is Kay Pearson. I'm president of the Coalition for the Preservation and Prosperity of Black Businesses on Georgia Avenue, AKA the Georgia Avenue Coalition. It was formed in the summer of 2023 by 4 organizations working to preserve Black businesses on Georgia Avenue with a grant from the Diverse City Fund. We produced a report called Black and Blue on Georgia Avenue. It chronicles the struggles of Black businesses on Georgia Avenue, and it recommends actions to address their issues and resources to provide for their growth and development. While preparing this report, we discovered that a number of businesses on Georgia Avenue corridor have been targeted by developers seeking to take their property using the vacant to vibrant process to force them out of business. Today, I'm here to support the current legislation, but to advocate for greater heft in that legislation to help those who are victimized by it and to punish those who abuse the process. Currently, there are approximately 66 businesses on the Georgia Avenue corridor which are listed as vacant and/or blighted. Of these properties, 30 of them were occupied by businesses which are now closed. I cannot say that they were all victims of the act, but I know that at least 6 were, one of whom Romeo Morgan you heard from earlier today. Another person, William Jordan, longtime resident activist, will submit testimony about his harrowing experience in fighting an unwanted claim of vacancies. In addition, there are 11 businesses currently on that vacancy list that are active. Most of these are open for business and or seeking permits to renovate their property. Having nearly 2/3 of those on the vacancy list demand redress from the city. There is evidence of abuse by developers who, in Mr. Morgan's case, openly tried to force a lowball sale and was refused. Mr. Morgan then found himself defending a number of baseless complaints for garbage and rat infestation, then ultimately a complaint for vacant and blighted property, which caused his property taxes to jump from approximately $6,000 to over $350,000. His property was sold at tax sale, but was stayed by litigation. Several other business owners of corner lots on Georgia Avenue found themselves in a similar predicament. I cannot say that all 41 businesses were victimized, but the vacant and blighted designation definitely created a hardship that few could overcome. We support the spirit and letter of the proposed amendments, but would like to see them go further. Here is what we recommend as friendly amendments to that legislation. 1, make the appeal process more robust so that an appeal which can document activities such as receipts showing business activity or permit applications for business or recent payments of a utility bill would stop or slow down the imposition of penalties on a vacancy complaint. 2, require greater due diligence for the DOB workers who confirm a vacant and or blighted complaint, so they check for such activities. And 3, impose penalties on those who abuse the vacancy process to acquire commercial or residential property. We believe that these provisions will strengthen this legislation and prevent more properties from being unjustly lost and encourage developers to follow a better process to acquire desirable properties. Thank you for this opportunity to, first of all, thank you for dealing with the issue, for holding this hearing, and for allowing us an opportunity to speak. I have submitted this testimony and can submit more details in support of our recommendations. And I'm here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pearson. I do have a copy of your statement. If you want to submit more, please do so.
Yes, sir.
I believe Dean Hunter is not here. I saw him at the other hearing earlier. And I believe Richard Lake has joined us.
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson, council member, members of the committee and the staff. My name is Richard Lake, and I'm the founding principal of Roadside Development and the board president of DCBIA. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today regarding Bill 25-1003. This legislation reflects the council's commitment to promoting productive use of the district's most underutilized properties. We appreciate you and your staff and your diligent work on this important issue. First, we appreciate the committee's receptiveness to expanding the tax exemption categories for the redevelopment of Class 3 and Class 4 properties. We firmly support their inclusion in this bill and ask that the committee, at the very least, maintain the timeframes for these exemptions. We also appreciate the committee's inclusion of a scaled tax rate and abatement program for Class 3 and Class 4 properties. Those of us in the development community understand just how challenging and time-intensive it is to rehabilitate vacant and blighted properties. These exemptions and tax incentives are an important step toward making the process more feasible and financially viable for developers and their investors, ultimately increasing the likelihood of these projects moving forward and providing more vibrancy to the community. While we support the legislation, I'd like to focus on the remainder of my time today on a few of the additions. We're asking the economic hardship exemption should also cover significant business interruptions. These interruptions are often caused by external factors like major infrastructure projects, or necessary temporary closures can lead to substantial income loss and threaten a business's ability to operate. For example, this could include disruptions caused by construction projects that limit customer access, or mandatory shutdowns for renovations, or a pandemic. Furthermore, the exemptions should extend to situations where property damage results from the fire was a result of a criminal activity or arson, which the bill does not currently cover, impacting the building owner's ability, no fault of their own, in repairing and putting the property back into service. Additionally, the exemptions for pending development projects awaiting approval from certain commissions and agencies. As you know, in DC, we pride ourselves on requiring a significant amount of permits and approvals before something can move forward, and this time can be extensive. There is a gap between the exemptions and one provided for probate proceedings or litigation where title is at question. Often developers will have a project approved by the zoning commission and a community member appeals the decision. This is unfortunately very common and can result in years of delays to the project. While I appreciate the inclusion of an exemption for these zoning related delays, when the project is appealed to the courts, it is no longer a pending application before the zoning commission. And the worry is that the exemption will not cover this lengthy and often drawn out and extraordinarily expensive appeals process. The probate litigation exemption only covers situations that title is the subject of the litigation. So there is a gap in the coverage, and we believe should be addressed. Additionally, we suggested a 3-year period in those instances to account for prolonged zoning and administrative appeals that can delay projects beyond developers' control. And there's a number of examples of that as we can discuss. Lastly, I would urge the council to increase the timeline for building permit exemption and consider expanding it to other major permits like raise or demolition permits. When building a complex multifamily projects or even large-scale commercial projects like the waterfront, it can take more than 6 months to get through rounds of comments. Therefore, we urge the council to expand the substantial economic hardship exemption to include businesses interruptions made clear. The pending application exemption follows the appeals process and beyond and identified. And I will submit my written testimony if it hasn't been submitted already. And I'm here to answer any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Lake. Just see if anybody showed up. So I have a few questions, I think. Ms. Pearson, you said there are 11 businesses that are right now classified as vacant that are occupied? Your microphone's off. Your microphone is off.
Sorry. Yes, sir. That's correct.
Well, but you also say these are open for business or are actively seeking permits to renovate the
Yes.
property. So are they open for business or are they?
There are one or two. There are two that are not currently open for business, but they're actively seeking permits to redevelop their property.
I will ask Department of Buildings what's going on there. Mr. Young from the Georgetown bid. So your testimony and someone earlier from the bid testified how much you don't like these stickers. And then you might have been present when there was testimony about how property owners don't get notice. And I noted in the Q&A that, well, actually they get stickered. So what are we to do if we don't sticker properties to ensure that folks get notice?
Well, what we imagined was the mailing, the physical mailing, and then the email.
Well, were you present during the testimony that objected to the email? And were you present during the testimony that said that in spite of the stickering, in spite of the whatever notice is mailed, in spite of getting the a tax bill twice a year, that some people don't know that their property's been classified as vacant?
Yes, I was here during that testimony, but that's what we believe is upon the owner's responsibility to actually keep up with those things, especially if you're receiving things in the mail. As the gentleman pointed out, that you have to opt in for one of the emails, and he did have his copy in hand.
Yeah, and I'm dying to know what was in the envelope, what he was getting served. Well, I think that it would help if maybe the bid thought of some alternatives besides just simply mail and mail. I'll leave it at that.
Okay.
I think where I want to go with the several folks from DCBIA who testified about similar testimony about extending the exemption period for construction. So I'm thinking of, there was testimony earlier today regarding, and I don't know if this is accurate, but it was said that New York Avenue, that there's a developer who's acquired a lot of property and that property is vacant. And it's a developer who wants to develop, but I think there was reference to a target that may or may not be correct, and I'm trying to avoid mentioning the name of the developer. But there has to be a limit to how long we have an exemption where property is going to be developed. I'm thinking of another property. It's actually several properties, and I can't remember the name of the property owner, although I'm sure some of you will remember, on the 1700 block of N Street downtown, where those row houses, there were like 2 or 3 or maybe 4 owned by the same owner who I think he was maybe in the parking lot business, but he definitely was owned a lot of property. And he would every other year file a BZA application to meet the exemption under the current law. Those BZA exemptions were routinely rejected or denied for reasons that confound me. He thought that this was more profitable than actually getting the buildings redeveloped. There has to be a limit to how long we grant these exemptions. I'm thinking of another property, a row house that I visited in Mount Pleasant that had building permits on it. The rear, in fact, the entire building except for the facade was a house, residential, row house. The entire building was missing except for the facade, building permits, no activity, year after year after year. So there has to be a limit. Who wants to speak to that?
I'm happy to. I don't disagree. There has to be a limit. But we are also seeing, all due respect, I received a blighted tax for City Ridge while I was actively under construction in the back. Now, it got resolved, but I shouldn't even have to deal with the fact that I have, 1,000 men and women working on a project and I still get handed this tax. So, there has to be a reasonable discussion about what is actually the time. And I think that we can maybe help you or work with you to come up with something that's a little bit more definitive, exactly someone's intention to move forward with the property. But, we're coming out of a very difficult economic time. There's a lot of properties, especially I can think on Georgia Avenue, where there's a lot of businesses that have not recovered from COVID. And there's a lot of vacancy. To add additional tax and additional burden on property owners who are actively trying to change that is just exasperating the problem. And I think
I
there's.
agree, but how do you define active? I'll go back to the properties on N Street, the 1700 block of N Street, and I think you know what I'm talking about. There was a BZA application filed every couple of years. It was not active.
Yeah, I think we should put a not to exceed timeline. I mean, I think that's
One in the bill.
yeah, it's a not to exceed timeline. If someone's pursuing something, but let's take the city property, Mr. Chairman. Let's look at McMillan Reservoir. If that was in the private hands of a developer, would you have think that it was appropriate for that private owner to be taxed while they were going through something like 15 years of appeals?
Well, I'm not going to defend the city in its process. I'm thinking of a whole bunch of houses in historic Anacostia that DHCD owns that are dilapidated, and all they're doing year after year is getting more dilapidated. And that's not to be glib about this, but I'm thinking of City Ridge, and this could maybe be helpful to me. For one thing, the fact that you got the reclassified while you had 1,000 people working on the site and you got it fixed. So I don't think we can write a law that guarantees that the department's going to get it right. And you were able to get that fixed. They shouldn't have issued you the notice, but you could get it fixed because the law didn't support the notice. So I don't think that's a good example. On the other hand, I think when you acquired City Ridge, that is the site, it was vacant.
No, we actually entered into a 2-year lease with Fannie Mae, and they stayed there operating while we were going through the permits and while their existing or new home was being built downtown. So it was actually never vacant.
Okay.
Until we started construction.
So what do we do though with when a developer acquires property and vacates it while they're going through or even before they start their entitlement process? I mean, how long do we put up with that property being vacant?
Yeah, I'm not sure we should protect a property that vacates a property prior to submitting redevelopment plans. That shouldn't be in anyone's interest. Well, I mean, as a developer, I certainly wouldn't want to get rid of rent-paying tenants or vibrancy, people taking care of the property, while I'm thinking about what I'm going to do with it. And I would only do that upon actually executing on that. So I think there's reasonable solutions that can mitigate. We're not going to write a legislation that, you're right, that's going to cover all, and we probably won't cover all the bad actors either. But I think we can come with reasonable solutions that help us mitigate some of this extended period of time for entitlement.
Well, and that's what we're struggling with. But I want to say also that sometimes we have to influence behavior by what the law prescribes. And what I mean by that, because that could sound horrible if it's misinterpreted, is that if we say that you've got a couple of years to get your permits, then folks know they have to a couple of years to get their permits. I'm thinking right now of some row houses on 13th Street. And I will mention a name because there's been testimony before this committee many times. There was a property owner, these are residential row houses, Mommy Preston, who's testified. A developer, a very small time developer, and one who has a bad reputation in the city, acquired the row house next to her and did all kinds of demolition work. I think much of it without a permit, which maybe undercuts this as an example. But
Yeah.
did this construction work, got a stop work order, has been pretending to do construction on, or did pretend to do construction on the site for a couple of years to avoid the vacant property classification. How do we deal with that? Somebody who's pretending to do construction or does just a little bit of it.
Yeah, I can't attest to bad actors and people who are going to misbehave, but I think we can come up with reasonable measurements. I mean, The one notion that I actually don't necessarily agree with is that the tax itself is an incentive for people to put their properties into service. The economic activity of putting a property into service is a critically incentive component. Carrying a real estate, even with normal taxes and everything else, is extraordinarily expensive. So I think it really should be recognized that what is the damage it does to the vibrancy of the community and what vacant properties do to that vibrancy and how people treat vacant properties. I mean, there's one way to treat vacant property, and there's other ways. We had the old Sears building and Heckinger building while we were going through HPRB approval. And we had a number of nonprofit organizations operate, Art All Night and several others, to try to create vibrancy in the neighborhood while it was vacant, and while we're going through the process. So I think we can come up with reasonable measures that help protect from those bad actors to a point. But you also have other tools, I would argue. If somebody's being just a really bad neighbor, DOB and other agencies have a lot of other tools at their disposal.
Could I also add to the triggers that Richard was thinking about? So within the building permit exemption category that we talked about in the working group, there are ways for the district, for DOB to show that the permit is actually proceeding through the process. Like the owner is responding to reviewer comments, the inspections are being filed, and you can show like demonstrative like examples of how the project is moving forward. So there are ways where you can, so you don't see someone just apply and then stop, but they've applied and they're actively going through the process. Same with under construction. If construction stops or is halted or they're not proceeding through the development, the inspectors will catch that. We talked about it a lot amongst the working group this past year with all the stakeholders involved, and even the Department of Buildings' own IT systems can track some of this progress too with the application. So our request to expand to 12 months would just align to that timeframe.
Well, I think that the bill allows for an extension. Oh, for building permits, no? All right, I misspoke. What the bill says 6 months?
Correct.
And you're saying it should say 12 months.
Correct.
Let me ask, because I'm using up a lot of time here. I think it was Mr. Utz. Near the end, you had under economic hardship. I would also like to reiterate the request for clarification that an exemption for substantial economic or hardship is extended to commercial ownership and development entities. And then you went on to see as opposed to just property owners. I didn't understand.
Right. Sure. So that section within the exemption, the proposed exemption regulations relating to financial hardship seems to set up that exemption for individual property owners, homeowners primarily, which I think is a great thing. But we're asking that that's expanded to include commercial owners and potentially, talk about the criteria that might be relevant to a commercial owner. The one specific criterion that we are identifying as, I think, the most useful in that context would be if there is a foreclosure on a commercial owner, that would automatically, ideally trigger the hardship exemption for that property.
I'm still not following, and you're not, and the reason I'm not following is because the vacant property tax applies to the property owner.
Right.
And I'm trying to, are you talking about the commercial tenants?
So no, so I am talking about commercial owners and the.
So why wouldn't the commercial owner be the taxpayer?
So if I could help Jeff a little bit on this one, sir, the way we read the draft as proposed, there's some language in there that says he, she, and not like an individual like corporation. So it's just probably like a technical clarification amendment that we can add just to make sure that it applies not just to an individual resident, but also a company can also apply for this one exemption.
Yeah, thanks, Erica. And it is, in addition to that, it's also the criteria that are listed after he, she are very personalized. It's a medical event. It's termination from employment. It's events that happen to an individual, and I think they were envisioning an individual homeowner, we're asking for an expansion of the scope of folks that could qualify for this economic hardship concept to be commercial owners, not the tenants, but the actual commercial owners, not individuals or families that own single family homes, but commercial owners, developers, and similar.
Got it. All right, that helps. Give me a second here.
And just on that point, Chairman Mendelson, I think when you see DOB Director Brian Hanlon's testimony, he also makes a comment about asking for more flexibility for economic hardship so that the agency has some flexibility about determining, when a property owner that's a corporation gets sued or or has to file suit, not just the foreclosure issue, but there are all kinds of things that can happen to a property owner that's an entity, not an individual.
Yeah, no,
Like-
I understand.
Like bankruptcy and things of that nature.
Give me one second here. I had two questions for Ms. Wadlington. First, you make a point about buildings under construction, that they become a building when they're above grade. I'm not understanding why that's an issue here. And the reason is because we're trying to exempt buildings that are under construction. That is active construction. So if a building has gone from non-existent to now being above grade, but there's active construction, it's not an issue. If a building has gone from, or a property's gone from nothing to a building that has come above grade, but there's no active construction, then there's an issue. So an issue with vacancy. So I acquired a lot, I'm building a huge office building on that lot. I've managed to get just above grade. And then I decide to go on vacation for 5 years, which makes no sense, of course, but that should be taxed as vacant.
And I appreciate the opportunity to clarify that. And so I guess the under construction maybe is the framing of how complete the structure is. So we're talking about a narrow situation in which the building, it's not yet habitable or occupiable. Like you said, it's raised and there might be support beams in place, but it's deemed as a vacant building if it has, the rest of the construction hasn't completely started. So we're talking about what OTR would say unimproved lot, but DOB inspector might say vacant building. We're also talking about scenarios where like a multifamily mixed use project, like I said, different floors are constructed, but it's not completely enclosed, or maybe in a historic district where the facade is open. If it's under construction, then it could qualify for the exemption. But if it's not completely built and not yet habitable, or occupiable is what our recommendation for clarity.
Well, why isn't it under construction?
If probably because it hasn't reached that point. They just acquired the property, or they've exhausted the available construction exemptions underneath that category. There are different scenarios in that. And so in that case, they won't qualify for the construction exemption, but they could qualify for any other exemptions underneath there. But I guess the concern is that the inspector is deeming it as a building, but it can't be occupied at that point if it's unimproved.
Yeah, you've lost me. I think I invite you to elaborate on this. The record's open for 2 weeks.
Okay. You had a
I
second
mean, if
question?
they're demolishing it or they're constructing it, either way, there would be some active work. If they're doing nothing with it, then I'm not quite getting why we would exempt it. So I invite you to elaborate. And I had a second question for you. I did not understand at least in the context of vacant property, the testimony about tax reclassification is not presently an issue not presently addressed by this measure. Properties undergoing conversion face challenges with inconsistent tax reclassification timelines. Is this an issue of tax classification or vacant property?
So it's the broader concern is tax classification and that the code doesn't have a trigger in place for when a property can transfer from class 2 to class 1 status. That's the global issue, but it impacts the vacant property when we're talking about conversions, which are ultimately going through a vacancy status, or there you've acquired a vacant building and you're converting it, a vacant retail space and you're converting it. The ability to get to that lower class 1 tax rate, you will not be able to do so until it's 100% complete according to OTR's new policy, or you've received your CFO. Our ask is that we take this opportunity to clarify the law so that there are some triggers in place, so that there is some clear guidance and predictability on when that could happen. Previously, before October 1 and the new policy changes, we were able to ask the agency, ask OTR, once you've reached a certain point in construction. But OTR's reading of the law right now is that is different. So they've adjusted their policy. But we all agree, industry, the administration, and OCFO all agree that this part of code and this issue does need to be clarified, partly because we're seeing a lot more conversions coming in and coming online and starting their construction process, receiving their raise and demo permits. But like I said, in underlying zoning, if they're zoned commercially, they will still maintain that commercial rate until they've 100% been complete and they're now a residential building.
All right, I think I understand. Thank you. I don't have any other questions for you. Some of you were going to submit your statements. Please do. Thank you all for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I will try Dean Hunter again, Theora Hawkins, Bridget O'Brien, Tabitha Lofton, Antonio Francis, Omar Tulloch, Allison Dunn Amelger, Executive Director, Washington Interfaith Network, Stella Johnson, Jamila White, and Stacy Barton. Are you Tabitha Lofton? I got a note. I couldn't get you up here with the previous panel, but I understand you have to leave. So when you're done testifying, I'll let you go first. When you're done testifying, unless I have questions, you can do your child pickup. Theora Hawkins, Bridget O'Brien, Ms. Lofton.
Good afternoon, Chair Mendelson and members of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to share my concerns and perspective on the Vacant Survivor Amendment Act of 2024. My name is Tabitha Lofton. I'm here on behalf of my parents, Willie and Dorothy Lofton. Back in 2017, my parents' property located on Shannon Street in Northeast Washington, D.C. was designated as blighted by the district. Admittedly, the property had fallen into disrepair due to the age and the status of both my parents. The needed repairs were significant, and my parents continued to live in the home while trying to make repairs. As the need for repairs continued to grow, their savings were equally being drained. Unable to keep up with the mounting repairs and no viable help available, they were forced to vacate their home of 47 years and thereby losing the homestead tax credit. To date, the penalties and increased taxes only added to the economic hardship that my parents face. Since 2017, I have spoken with numerous officials and various district agencies in attempts to remedy the problem. I have petitioned the district government for some relief from having the blight status removed to having some of the taxes abated, assistance with finding resources, attempts to sell the property, and more recently having applied for a raised permit, with each attempt ending without a reasonable solution. At this point, my parents and I are completely disheartened and frustrated by our treatment by the district government. My parents have been hardworking, taxpaying citizens of Washington for over 40 years, only to have this situation serve as a vehicle for the taking of their property under the disguise of vibrancy. With respect to the proposed legislation before the council today, the Vacant to Vibrancy Act of 2024 seems to provide more avenues for the taking of citizens' property than providing the interventions aimed at preventing vacancy or blight for those experiencing economic hardship. Line 179 states that an eligible homeowner means an owner who receives the homestead deduction pursuant to 47-850. And as I indicated earlier, this would not apply to my parents as their property lost the homestead deduction when they had to move from their home as it was no longer safe for them to occupy. Line 793 provides a brief 15-day period for citizens or aggrieved parties to file an appeal on the final determination while giving the district 120 days to rule. I believe a period of at least 30 days is reasonable for citizens to respond. Also, I believe additional consideration and incentives should be given to properties owned by long-term district citizens. Further, the economic hardship determination does not seem to be specified or defined in any manner and is unclear. So while I applaud the efforts by the task force and council to address the issues, this legislation is incomplete and does not offer relief for the citizens of the district that have been aggrieved by the current process, as much as it seeks to take the property of those seniors that have worked hard to purchase property and pass on generational wealth and legacy. The current tax rates continue to be overly burdensome to many property owners, and the incentives for property owners will not materialize as you must be current with all your current tax liabilities. Lastly, there is no mention of a process to review the designations and status of the current blighted properties. I thank you for the opportunity to share my experience with the current process and to comment on this proposed legislation.
I am going to ask you a couple of questions. I find the situation that your parents are in very unfortunate. And the challenge is, how do we as a city distinguish that property from other properties? And I don't know if there's an answer to that. I don't know if you have an answer for that, other than to say that it was elderly parents.
Yes, elderly parents.
But let me ask you this. You said there was an attempt to sell the property and it was not successful?
No.
Can you say a bit more?
Well, actually, the property, we put it up for sale several times. But people who were trying to buy the property, they were trying to steal it from our parents.
You mean like not pay enough?
Right. And they basically wanted to just wanted them to give them the property. That's when I had to get involved because they was trying to get them to sign paperwork that just wasn't right. So, right now, as it stands right now, we have someone renting the property, but they're not renting the house. The house is the blight, we know, but the property isn't. So we're just trying to get, we're in the process, we want to pay the taxes, but we just need them lowered. No one has given us no one is telling us what to do. We just found out since 2017, since we've been talking to people at DOB and everywhere else, we are just now finding out from 2017 to now that we could apply for a raised permit. We never knew that. No one told us that. No one told us anything. They just told us to board up the property and keep it clean. They told me that they have to, in order to make the property blight, they have to be able to see all four sides of the property. No one has asked to come to the property and see the property on all four sides to see anything. Every picture of that property is just from the front. No one has seen no four sides of the property until just, I think about a month ago, they actually came in after all the calls. Somebody actually came in and did an actual inspection to see the entire property.
And that's who said, well, you could raise it?
Yeah, they told us to get a raised permit, and then they told us to put a tarp over the roof. But we've called roofing companies and everybody. Nobody wants to go on that roof because the roof is unsafe.
Yeah. Do you mind if I ask the address?
2203.
I ask because maybe I'll go by and take a look at it. You also said, this is the very end of your statement. Lastly, there's no mention of a process to review the designations and status of the current blighted properties. What did you mean by that? It's the last sentence of the second to the last paragraph. Lastly, there's no mention of a process.
Well, there's no, I don't even know how to address that. There's no designation on what's the process for the blighted property.
So when it's designated blighted, you're saying
Right.
there's no process to review that?
Right, because no one, like I said, everybody that we have reached out to since 2017, no one has given us any actual information on what to do. They just kept telling us to board up the property, keep it clean. But then we get these fines that tell us that, oh, you need to do this and you need to do that. But we go back to the cleaning of the property, the boarding up. Then they said that one of the boards fell down, but then somebody came and said they were going to take it out of blight if we just boarded up the last window on the house, and then it was back to blight still again. We've done everything that the district asked us to do since 2017 to take it out of blight, and it's still in blight. But now we're finding out the house is the blight. We want to tear down the house, but we can't do that.
Could you contact my office and give us your contact information?
Yes.
And we can talk to you. You could email Blaine Stum, he's sitting next to me, bstum, S-T-U-M, @dccouncil.gov.
Can you say it again?
B as in boy, as in Blaine, Stum, S-T-U-M, S-T-U-M, @DC Council. There are two C's there, DCCOUNCIL.gov.
Okay. bstum@dccouncil.gov.
Yeah.
All
Yeah,
right.
and send them your contact information.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Antonio Francis? I understand it is virtual.
Yes, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Chairman Mendelson, council members, members of the committee, and staff. My name is Antonio Francis, owner of Francis Development. I serve as chairman of the Montgomery County Custom Home Builder Council under Maryland Builder Industry Association. I was born in DC and live in Ward 4, and now operate a residential development company that develops single and multifamily properties in DC and Montgomery County. Across the city from Deanwood to Spring Valley, there are numerous active construction sites and completed buildings displaying green vacant stickers. Yet just a few doors down or sometimes around the corner, generally vacant homes or buildings often don't receive this designation. As a DC native, I understand the history and current practices of bad actors who buy properties and let them sit idle. While this strategy exists, they are far from those that I will describe today. Many developers, small developers, I should say, because I have heard of some bad actors that you mentioned earlier, such as myself, have decided to slow down or completely stop working in DC and instead work in neighboring municipalities due to the high frictional costs, such as this one, experienced when working in DC. However, rather than focusing on outdated intentions or isolated cases, I'd like to share 3 experiences with the direct impacts of a vacant building tax and its potential misuse on the building community. I also highlight how other regions in our area approach properties under construction and the reciprocal ongoing benefits of these approaches. The first one is in my ward in 16th Street Heights. We rebuilt the home, permits were closed out, homeowner was actually back in the home, temporary blinds were on, and light was on, although it was daytime. However, he was deemed vacant, even with masons working outside on the walkway, who told the inspector that the homeowner was in the home. The second example is a 3-unit in Columbia Heights. It was the newest home on the block, permits were closed out, and we were waiting for a new C of O. So yes, in this case, it was vacant. I paid the bill, but waiting on the city inspection, which sometimes takes months, was unfortunate because it was almost like I couldn't occupy it until I had the C of O, which we passed and then eventually occupied with tenants. The next quarter, with tenants living in the property, we were deemed vacant again, and the onus was on us to prove otherwise, which was not only time-consuming, but could have been avoided with simple observation. The last one, and probably the most impactful, was a 4-unit conversion to a 22-unit, also in my ward, in Ward 4. I had to undergo asbestos remediation at the beginning and utility disconnects, which usually take more than 6 months. We filed for the exemption because it was purchased vacant, and it was vacant as we were going to raise the building to build a new building. We waited on the demo permit approval. We demoed the structure, started the foundation, and to our surprise, we got hit with vacant, although no structure was present and guys were working. All while neighbors on our block were indeed vacant, including the next door neighbor adjacent to the property. We tried to appeal with no response from Mr. Sullivan's office. We went in person and took a day off of work, and we were told that we could only see him by appointment only. We explained our circumstances of trying to reach out with no response, but we decided to send a detailed email with photos, thinking that it would be an obvious open and closed case due to the fact that there was no building on site and forward progress on construction was taking place. Instead, to our surprise, we were told that the X-bracings left to secure the 2 buildings adjacent to it justified a vacant building and were deemed vacant not only for the tax period in question, but retroactively for periods described in our email. We felt that this was retaliatory, but had no option but to pay the $70,000 to comply with our tax bill and our lender's desires. We hired an attorney, and years later were able to get the status overturned. However, it did have a substantial impact on our business during that time. This hurts because in addition to it being a 0% interest loan to the city, it hurts our liquidity and overall joint goal with the city, which is to finish the building and occupy it with tenants. The building process oftentimes takes time due to supply chain issues, such as electrical meter can delays experienced last year. Bottom line, the current exemption period is not long enough for a project of this scale. It should not be a one-size-fits-all. In Montgomery County, once a building is demoed, they provide an auto adjustment to taxes, assessing only for the land. They do not change the status again until the building permit is closed out. This incentivizes developers to focus capital on the building instead of attorneys and chasing unavailable department heads. Developers reciprocate the tax treatment to the county by increasing the tax revenue in perpetuity by taking a distressed or underutilized building and converting it into a higher value structure, yielding higher and more consistent revenue for the city. I appreciate your consideration for the much needed changes proposed in this bill, and I hope that it is adopted to help bring back companies like mine that travel to nearby municipalities every day to do something that I should, could, and have done in the past in my own community. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Francis. And you'll submit a copy of your statement?
Yes, I will. I was kind of freestyling a bit of it, but I'll write it up and send it to you. And to piggyback on, I think what Erica was saying earlier, maybe my case in Ward 4, where the building was non-existent, but there was bracing holding up 2 adjacent buildings, may be what you were getting at when you were saying, could there be something above grade? Although there was nothing else from the existing building, not a front door, back door, roof, windows, stairs, floors, nothing existed in the building. And I could submit those photos as well.
Okay, all right. And I may have some questions for you in a moment. Omar Tulloch.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Ah.
Good evening. My name is Omar Tulloch. I was born in DC. I graduated from Howard University. I bought my first house when I was 18, and I've been buying houses and fixing houses ever since. Recently, I've been impacted by the same issues that Mr. Morgan has gone through with Mr. Sullivan and DOB. I own 3215 Georgia Avenue, and I own several properties in that neighborhood that I rent and renovate for other people. When I first bought that property in 2007, it was ideal for me when no one wanted the properties to use it for construction storage, and I've been using it for the same thing ever since. At that time, I couldn't have glass windows because if you did that and you had construction materials, they would break in. So for years, we had the building with wood inside with metal and glass. In 2017, Sullivan deemed the property vacant. I called for a meeting, met with him. He came out, well, I went to his office and he said he'll send somebody out to inspect to see if it was actually being used as storage. He sends someone out, they billed me thousands of dollars and they reversed their findings. Said, oh, okay, it's storage, it's no problem. COVID hit. Two of my sons, they're currently attending Gonzaga, they're in high school now, and I had financial issues, and I got a letter from the city saying that my house is now, my property is now blighted for the same reasons why they said it wasn't blighted. So I said, Mr. Sullivan, what's the issue? You said that I could use it for storage, it's fine. He says, yeah, but that's not the current situation. I was, well, why did you send your inspector out to deem my property as storage, and now you're saying that it's blighted because it's storage? Long story short, I had to borrow $100,000 to redeem my property after tax sale. And the sticker issue is true. What they do, they come out on Fridays and they put the stickers out, but the developer who wants your property will remove the sticker on Friday. So by Monday comes around, 72 hours are gone, and they move forward with the process. Because several times they have put out the stickers and they put it in the trash can right next to my property. And I have pictures of that. I have a corner unit where I have a fence, it's fenced in. They jump the fence to graffiti my property on a regular basis. And there's a camera right by where they have to jump. DC police has never, ever, I called 311. Now I just do it myself because 311 takes too long. But it's at least 5 times a year I have to paint over one wall. So what I want to know is what is the city's part in deterring people from creating this paperwork? Because now my property is in better condition than it was in when it wasn't blighted, but I'm still getting blighted. So the aha moment came from Mr. Sullivan. He was like, well, Mr. Tulloch, you needed to have an occupancy permit for storage. I said, well, Mr. Sullivan, if you reverse the process and told me I was fine and didn't say anything about the occupancy permit, why did you wait until after COVID to tell me this? And I get it, that's the rules, but tell me at some point in time, not when it's convenient for you. So I borrowed $100,000. And now I'm forced to sell the property. It's for sale right now because Sullivan is mine. He did that with a residential property. I had a tenant moved out. The grass was this high. Went to Florida, came back. In between the tenant moving out and me having a contractor work there, I got a vacant building notice. So the issue you were talking about, the mortgage company, my mortgage went up from $3,000 to $9,000. Because they rolled over the taxes that the city put on it into my mortgage payment. So that triggered a different foreclosure. So I had 2 foreclosures that I was facing. He reversed it and said, oh, we made a mistake. But that was after months of stress. And it was an expensive process for me. And I'm not the most educated, but I have some resources. I feel bad for people who don't have resources, that don't want to come in and testify in front of you. And as far as the commercial property, I have one recommendation. It might not be good, but what I'm thinking is that if I have my commercial property and I don't have the money to fix it, right? And there's a tenant that needs my property, and we have this window of time in between the transition of you taking my property, selling it, then them getting a clear title to rent it. Why doesn't the city have an inventory of properties that are commercial properties that are blighted that could be used in a short window of time, and then have a program that will facilitate a tenant to occupy this property with funds from the city, which would cut down on the time and lessen the cost of brick and mortar. Because if you buy my property at tax sale, you're gonna have to borrow money to buy it. The interest is so high, then you're gonna rent it out to someone else at a high markup. And then you're gonna have a tenant that can't afford it. So why don't you have a list of tenants, owners that are willing to say, hey, if you find a tenant, I'll take a lower rate. But you just bridge the gap and give them some incentive to fix that property up and make it viable. It will cut down on costs, it will cut down on time, and it will cut down, but everything that every nightmare that everybody had here, I've gone through that experience. From Sullivan is the worst. And I know he might be doing a good job on behalf of the city, but as far as a homeowner and him not being transparent and honest, he is the worst. He's evasive. He's misleading. I've gotten several blight notices for trees in my yard. I don't have a tree. My yard is fenced in. So the neighbor would cut the tree and leave their tree in my yard in the middle. I don't have any tree. I still have the tree in my building. Documented everything, gave it to him. He's, oh, I apologize, but we have to give you a notice. Well, it's clearly not my tree. I don't have a tree. And I'm sorry if I sound like I was ranting, but
No, it's fine. And I invite you, if you want to put it in writing and give us a statement, that would be helpful, but.
I do have it in writing because I had to submit it to the Attorney General.
All right, thank you. Allison Dunn Amalgar. Is she here? When you're ready, please.
Hello, thank you.
Please proceed.
Hello, Councilmember Mendelson and DC Council. My name is Alam here, and I'm the Executive Director of Faith Network in DC.
I don't know if you can hear me interrupting you, but we're having
for the
some
opportunity to
difficulty hearing
testify
you.
today.
You might turn off your video, and that might help with the transmission because you keep freezing on us.
Apologies. I will. Well, I was going to say I'll turn off my camera.
Yeah.
Thank you.
do that.
Let me know if this is.
We'll find out if it's better.
Can you hear me now?
Camera still seems to be on.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much. When organized, you can't apologize.
Oh, that took care of that.
I am back. I apologize. If
I can, let's see if this works. Keep talking.
okay, sounds like an old Verizon commercial. I apologize. Okay. I'm looking at the daunting clock, but right now, Washington Interfaith Network, WIN-DC, we're organizing specifically around current Black homeowners and residents who want to become homeowners. We've partnered with the district, housing organizations, and government to help connect current existing homeowners to programs to help with repairs and resources, and also help to organize new homeowners to actively connect with homeownership preparation courses and programs. We're also actively continuing to support our WIN neighborhood teams in 2 Ward 7 neighborhoods, Deanwood and River Terrace. And through our organizing and partnership with the Beyond Gas Coalition, we were able to secure a $2 million middle low income electrification pilot program in both neighborhoods as a way to support senior homeowners in getting the necessary upgrades needed while helping them to have safer and healthier homes through electrification. Right now, we're working closely with DOEE and DCSEU to ensure families who signed up for this program are receiving the benefits of the funding streams of electrification. We also celebrate the passage and funding of the Healthy Homes Act, which will expand the benefits of these pilot programs across the district. We are excited by the potential of the Vacant Vibrant legislation and see it as an opportunity to preserve and create affordable housing and middle-income homeownership opportunities within the district. We find this legislation especially important as the district grapples with the potential impending eviction crisis that could lead to defaulted affordable housing properties that could end up vacant. Although we see the possibilities within this legislation, we want to ensure that it is used to preserve and increase Black and legacy homeownership rather than another tool that could inadvertently negatively impact legacy homeowners. Some of the proposals we would like to see included are ensuring that there is an ability to create something in the legislation that would encourage affordable housing and home ownership. The program that we see from Baltimore, that part of this was based off of, had a requirement that would use this buildings to be affordable. And we would like to see a way to hold the legislation, hold accountable that these properties would not be sold to larger corporations that would turn them into things that would not support affordability. We also want it to encourage legacy homeowners. Our teams in Ward 7 have done door knocking, talking to neighbors, and actually mapping vacant homes within different neighborhoods within Ward 7 and 8. And in talking to neighbors, we've heard and captured a lot of different stories. Some of the stories you've already heard in testimonies today about families who are seniors who want to preserve their housing but don't have the funding to be able to renovate and keep up the home. Some who are living with family down the street and want to maintain their home but need support and have been waiting, for example, for the single family home renovation monies for 8 years. We've met others who do not know the vacant homes owners. And when we look up through tax codes, we can't actually find them, or we know that there are families who are living in other states and jurisdictions who've been vacant for 10 years. So we want to ensure that on a case-by-case basis, we're working to support families who want to stay and renovate and continue the ability of owning their home, and those that are neglecting their property and do not have a desire to live or to sell, that there are abilities to be able to take that into the district purview and going to nonprofits who could renovate and sell. We would like to see that there is accountability and streamlined monitoring of this. We know that there was a first initiative of Vacant to Vibrant, which had some positives, but also we've learned a lot from that and want to take those crucial things that we learned into account. We also want to, again, really encourage the reason I started with the conversations around electrification is we want to see this program deeply align with the climate commitment goals that we have as a district. We know that we as a nation need to move away from gas, not only for our own health, but for the health of our entire Earth. And so we would like to be able to.
You're
Yes.
over your time, and you're over your time, so I need you to wrap it up.
Okay. Can I blame that on the fact that internet was not working?
No, because I've given you an additional 3 minutes.
Okay, I appreciate that. But the final thing, thank you, Chairman Mendelson, really is encouraging that we can have requirements to have electrification tied to this program, and think it would be a really important way to continue our climate efforts. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and please give us a copy of your statement.
Absolutely.
Stella Johnson. Stella Johnson.
Hello, Chairman. This is Johnny Howard. Ms. Johnson was available earlier but had to make a medical appointment. She left a statement that she requested that I read. If I could do that, I would certainly appreciate it.
Please do that within your time.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and other members of the committee. My name is Stella Johnson, and I'm a longtime owner of several commercial properties in the District of Columbia for over 38 years. As a property owner, I have consistently maintained my properties consistent with the law, paid all real property taxes and utility bills on time, and ensured that the district has not been required to spend a single cent on the upkeep of my properties. Despite these efforts, I now find myself facing severe and unjust penalties on nearly all my properties under the existing vacant property law. The Vacant to Vibrant Amendment Act of 2024 appears to be designed to empower the Department of Buildings with more authority to strip property owners of their equity, effectively transferring that value to developers. Through the Vacant Property Enforcement Mechanism, the DOB is facilitating the unjust extraction of property owners' equity, violating their civil rights as guaranteed by the United States Constitution, particularly under the Fifth Amendment's Takings Clause. Moreover, the excessive taxes levied on unilaterally determined vacant properties are so severe that they alone amount to an excessive fine, violating the Eighth Amendment. Washington, D.C. imposes vacant property taxes at an unprecedented scale, unlike any other jurisdiction in the country. The U.S. Supreme Court recently highlighted the constitutional concerns of such actions in Tyler versus Hennepin County, ruling that Hennepin County's seizure of a property owner's equity, about $25,000, for an amount far less than the amounts at issue in most cases in the District of Columbia, violated the owner's constitutional rights. This Supreme Court decision raises serious questions about the legality of the district's approach, which demands taxes that far exceed reasonable limits. Also, courts have long recognized that it is against all reason and justice for people to entrust a legislature with the power to enact a law that takes property from A and gives it to B. And that's Calder versus Bull. This guiding principle has been recognized repeatedly as a core tenet of the law in the United States and as a shield against the abuse of government power. A particularly troubling issue is the district government's failure to ensure that property owners have a fair and timely opportunity to challenge vacant or blighted property designations through a meaningful administrative process. In practice, the Department of Buildings often manipulates this process through intentional delays, burdening property owners with rapidly accumulating vacant property tax obligations before their cases reach a final resolution before the Real Property Tax Appeals Commission. When justice is delayed, indeed, justice is denied. No safeguards exist to hold the Department of Buildings accountable for practices that exploit property owners, forcing them to incur substantial legal fees to protect their property interest. Effective legislation checks must be implemented to evaluate and regulate DOB's conduct in these matters. In my own experience with the property I own at 3128 through 3130 Georgia Avenue Northwest, the system's inefficiencies have been overwhelming. On September 13, 2019, I filed a vacant building response form with the then DC Department of Consumer and Regulatory Affairs. I did not receive an acknowledgement of this filing until May 4, 2020. For years, I waited for a response from DCRA and the Department of Buildings. None was forthcoming. Curiously, even though I invoked the administrative appeal process timely by filing the vacant building response form, the district ignored my filing and imposed a higher Class 3 taxes against the property while increasing the tax assessment by over $100,000 annually. I heard nothing from the district about the 2019 vacant building response form. In August 2022, the DOB placed another placard on my property declaring it to be vacant. Again, I timely filed another vacant building response form. I did not receive a response from the district until April 2023. On April 3, 2023, I received a denial of an exemption for the response I filed in August 2022. I received a denial of an exemption for the response I filed in September 2019 on April 5, 2023. Although my property is a commercial property, both denial letters came from the Office of Residential Inspection. I promptly and timely appealed the denials, expecting final determination letters for both fiscal years within 30 days. That did not happen. Again, I was forced to endure further delay while the vacant property taxes were approaching $450,000.
Mr. Howard, I'm going to have to cut you off because you've been about 5 minutes. You can
Okay.
submit the statement.
I will do so.
Thank you. Jamila White, who's an ANC commissioner for 8A05.
Yes, thank you all. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, thank you. All right. Good afternoon, Chairman Middleton, and it looks like Councilmember Allen is next to you. My name is Jamila White, and I serve as the ANC Commissioner of 8A05 and Chair of Advisory Neighborhood Commission 8A, which represents the Anacostia and Fair Lawn communities. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on the Vacant to Vibrant Amendment Act of 2024. My testimony will focus on several critical areas of the bill, including the criteria for determining whether a home is vacant or blighted, the single-family homeowner rehabilitation grant, the distinction between commercial and residential properties, and the importance of applying a racial equity lens throughout this bill. As many of you know, DC is among the most racially inequitable cities and places in America, with a racial wealth gap of white wealth is 81 times higher than Black wealth. This gap is largely driven by disparities in home ownership and property valuations, which continue to favor wealthier, predominantly white neighborhoods over predominantly Black neighborhoods in communities like Anacostia. With Anacostia currently experiencing gentrification and rapidly changing socio-demographics, this legislation must not exacerbate the racial wealth gap or displace Black homeowners in the district. Many east of the river properties are disproportionately classified as vacant or blighted due to systemic disinvestment and structural inequities. We must address these issues intentionally and equitably. Revising homeowner eligibility criteria. The bill's current criteria for assessing rehabilitation funds requiring homeowners to have lived in the property for 3 years and be up to date on mortgages, taxes, and insurances are unnecessarily restrictive. These requirements exclude families who need funds the most, particularly heirs and estates struggling to maintain properties after the passing of elderly homeowners. For example, on my street, I have 3 homes that were formerly owned and resided by seniors who have passed. The families, many of whom are multi-generational Washingtonians, are now grappling with financial constraints, preventing them from making necessary repairs as these homes have been deemed vacant and blighted and taxed and feed heavily. These families should not be excluded from accessing rehab grants due to outstanding taxes or mortgages, particularly given the global pandemic's enduring economic and financial impacts, which continue to affect many families as they strive to recover. In my community, many of my neighbors and constituents were already facing significant economic challenges and operating in survival mode before the pandemic, and these issues have only been exacerbated in its aftermath. I urge Council to remove the restrictive eligibility requirements for accessing rehabilitation funds to ensure families, estates, and their heirs can apply, and also to increase rehabilitation grant amounts by 20% for homeowners whose home is in historic districts, recognizing the higher cost of renovating historic properties, and for homeowners whose incomes are less than 60% AMI. Rethinking by vacant and blighted definitions. Historically, across the U.S., vacant property laws and definitions of blight have been weaponized against Black and Brown communities and families to force gentrification and displacement. Several of the current criteria for determining vacancy, such as neighbor complaints, overgrown vegetation, structural deterioration, the amount of 911 calls, are inherently biased and disproportionately target low-income homeowners who may lack the resources for upkeep. I recommend eliminating such criteria as neighborhood complaints and 911 calls, as they can be misused by individuals seeking to expedite gentrification or target specific properties. Striking ambiguous language such as any other criteria the mayor deems relevant, because that leaves too much discretion and room for inequitable application. And to require sufficient engagement with homeowners before a property is classified as vacant or blighted, including notifying them and offering that financial support in terms of the grant funding to rehabilitate their homes before such determination is made. The bill does not adequately distinguish between commercial and residential properties. In Anacastia's commercial district, many properties may appear to be vacant, but have the potential to be transformed into vibrant art and cultural spaces. Commercial owners should have the same opportunities to prove that their properties are not vacant and to access funding for rehabilitation. I propose developing separate policies for commercial properties, including funding to support rehabilitation and incentives to activate spaces that align with community needs. While the bill introduces a receivership process model after Baltimore, this process must be handled carefully to avoid displacing Black homeowners facing gentrification and stripping families of wealth. For instance, Baltimore's receivership has often benefited non-local buyers, leaving longtime residents behind. To address this, I urge the council to ensure transparency in the receivership process with a clear criteria for when and how properties are taken over, prioritize local community-based developers and nonprofits in acquiring properties for redevelopment, conduct a racial impact assessment for all properties considered for receivership, and notify the ANC beforehand, and to compensate property owners fairly for any loss of wealth if their properties are acquired through receivership. I believe receivership should be the last option after all other measures are exhausted. Finally,
Ms. White.
I only got one more thing.
I know, but you're 2 minutes over. Can you do it in like 10 seconds?
Okay, 25. The racial wealth gap
No, 10.
will persist unless policies like this actively work to close. I recommend sending this bill to the Council's Office of Racial Equity for a comprehensive racial equity analysis before it moves forward and adopt solutions that many speakers have proposed today, and to require the mayor to submit a holistic vacant and blighted property plan every 3 years, including specific racial equity measures to monitor the program's impact on historically disinvested communities like Anacostia, and to embed community input requirements into implementing the bill to ensure residents have a voice in this process. Thank you so much for allowing me to testify today.
Thank you. And Commissioner, I'm a little bit at a disadvantage because I don't have a copy of your statement, if you would provide that.
I will.
Thank you. Just because I cut you off and you tried to keep going, the hearing notice said 4 minutes. I let you go for 6.
Thank you so much for that, Grace.
Stacy Barton.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and committee members. My name is Stacy Barton. I am the president of the DC Association of Realtors. First of all, I apologize for not being there in person, as that is always my preference. Thank you for allowing the DC Association of Realtors the opportunity to share our feedback regarding the Vacant to Vibrant Amendment Act of 2024. DCAR and our over 3,000 members are the voice for real estate professionals, small housing providers, homeowners, renters who live and work in the District of Columbia. We greatly appreciate the time and effort that went into creating this legislation. Our members have been reviewing this bill. It's a very comprehensive bill, and due to the size, we will be needing a little more time to give a thorough analysis of it. But from a 30,000-foot perspective, there are a number of items that we generally support, and those include the following. The single-family home rehabilitation program, which expands the type of repairs that the fund covers. The real property tax payment plans to help our seniors and low-income residents. In addition, the increase in vacant and blighted property registration timeline we think would be helpful to keep people in compliance for hopefully avoiding a number of the issues that have been discussed here today. Updating factors used to determine vacant and blighted status, such as utilizing ANC certification. Revisions to the exemptions allow more realistic timelines, and the rehabilitation tax credit to help encourage development in certain areas of the district. A couple of the things that we were reading through that we felt warranted further discussion include the vacant property maintenance plans and just how that will be implemented and followed through, the expedited permit review, the tax sale process just in general, and the education and training of property inspectors. So we plan to continue to review the legislation and will provide additional feedback and more specific recommendations prior to the closing of the public record. But we always look forward to and we're happy to share our perspectives and aim to help the council shape common sense legislation that will advance homeownership and make DC a coveted place to live in which to work. So thank you so much for your time. That was a quick one.
Thank you, Ms. Barton. So I want to thank each of the witnesses. I just had a question for Mr. Francis, if he's still here.
Yes, I am.
So,
How are you?
I'm a little bit of a disadvantage in that I don't have your statement. You said you would submit it, but
Yes.
you gave several examples. When did those happen?
I would say 20 through the COVID period, so like 2020 through 2022, I would say. I can get the exact dates.
Okay, the reason why I asked is because I would like to think that the Department of Buildings is behaving better, and so that some of the problems from the past are not problems today. Don't
I
know for
hope so. I wish I could testify to that, but as I mentioned, I've moved a lot more interest towards Montgomery County because of this. I just have one last property right now that we're working in, which is a 22 unit that I mentioned, but that was during that time period. It was very rough.
Yeah, and you had mentioned, I think there was one where it was classified vacant, even though there was a person inside and the bricklayers, the masoners.
Yes, we're working on a
said,
walkway.
when did that happen?
I think that was the first one. So that was, if I had to guess, I would say 2020, summer of 2020, but I could confirm.
Okay.
And
Well, just when you submit your statement, maybe you could put the dates in.
Okay, and I could give you the address to that property as well. It was quickly overturned because the homeowner was very diligent, but it was almost like guilty until proven innocent.
Yeah, and it shouldn't work that way. Thank you. Thank you again, each of you, for your testimony. It's been very helpful. So you all are excused. So we're going to come to the government next. I'm going to take a 5-minute break. If it's 3:20, I am going to do my best to be back at 3:25, maybe 3:30. So we're recessing for a few minutes. Are we ready?
Yes, sir.
All right, we've been 14 minutes. My bad. When you're ready, please proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and Mr. Stum. I am Brian Hanlon, Director of the Department of Buildings, or DOB. I am pleased to appear before you today to discuss the Vacant to Vibrant Amendment Act of 2024. Before I discuss DOB's views on this legislation, I want to spend a quick moment discussing our responsibilities. DOB's mission is to protect the safety of residents, businesses, and visitors, and to advance the development of the built environment in the district through permitting, inspections, and code enforcement. In summary, it is the pursuit of three overarching goals: to help keep the district's built environment safe, keep it green and as sustainable as possible, and keep it moving forward. This combination, safe, green, and moving, helps support the mayor's comeback plan and enables DOB to play a more concerted role in elevating the quality of life of district residents, businesses, and visitors, and to support a thriving economy. DOB is grateful for the opportunity to engage with the council and stakeholders to enable the creation of legislation that helps advance these goals. With that being said, I would like to share a few thoughts regarding the Vacant to Vibrant Amendment Act of 2024 and our current work with vacant and blighted properties. The legislation establishes measures to prevent extended vacancies, incentivizes property owners to minimize the duration of vacancies, and creates tools for the district government to better position the district to prevent vacancy and blight, address violations of the law, and return vacant and blighted properties back into productive use in their respective communities. DOB is the agency responsible for responding to complaints regarding vacant and blighted properties. Our first step is conducting an inspection to assess occupancy status. If we find that a property is vacant or blighted, we send a notice to the property owner using the address on file with the Office of Tax and Revenue, or OTR. Certain property owners might be eligible for several exemptions for reasons including active construction, active listing for sale or rent, or substantial undue economic hardship. Property owners may apply for exemptions through our website if their property qualifies for one of these categories. DOB takes each exemption request seriously and grants them, if applicable, for the appropriate periods currently dictated by law. Property owners may also dispute our determination and file an appeal with evidence to establish occupancy. Vacant buildings can only receive 3 years of exemptions, while blighted properties cannot receive any exemptions until the property owner remediates the blight. If the vacant blighted status remains unchanged and no exemption is granted, OTR will increase the tax rate to either a Class 3 or vacant status or Class 4 blighted rate. The Class 3 vacant tax rate is $5 for every $100 of assessed value, and the Class 4 blighted tax rate is $10 for every $100 of assessed value. Vacant and blighted properties must be registered with DOB to be tracked within our system. We track their classification and registration and maintain a complete inventory updated daily in the vacant building map on DOB public dashboard found at dob.dc.gov and within the About DOB tab at the top of our homepage. DOB wants property owners to bring vacant buildings back to productive use in order to protect the district's health, safety, and welfare, and to ensure positive outcomes for all parties involved. We have made positive strides. Thanks to technological and process improvements, DOB and OTR can now collaborate more effectively. Following our inspections, DOB transmits classifications of vacant or blighted properties digitally to OTR so they can update their records and adjust property tax rates appropriately. We have also been working diligently with our district government and community partners in the Vacant and Blighted Property Working Group, which has been collaborating closely with the council to develop this legislation and help positively advance our work with vacant and blighted property in the district. Returning to today's topic, DOB is generally in support of the legislation. Some key aspects of the legislation have captured DOB's attention, which I will discuss briefly now. First, Title II's service of process reforms will have a positive impact on DOB by reducing burdens of service and improving how we connect with property owners to encourage them to bring their properties back to productive use. DOB currently provides service of process via mail for corporate registered agents. Legislation proposes a modernized and more efficient policy which requires registered agents to accept service of process by email. This removes the requirement to send special assessments by physical mail with return receipt requested. This has been difficult at times, and these reforms will help bridge the gap and increase the likelihood of connecting quickly with property owners. And secondly, updating the Vacant Property Active Construction exemption from 2 to 3 years will help give customers more time to account for delays and other issues that would prevent them from proceeding with construction. DOB still can revoke exemptions if they are being abused in any way. Additionally, the codification of our vacant building dashboard is an excellent way to ensure that the agency will continue to maintain and publish this data publicly. It aligns with the district government's commitment to transparency for our operations. DOB's data transparency is a feature of our work. Finally, the creation of a new vacant building receivership action can be an important tool for bringing vacant properties back into productive use. Enhanced cooperation with the Office of the Attorney General, or OAG, would involve sharing lists of properties failing to meet registration requirements for compliance. This cooperation will address properties, for example, vacant for a certain number of months. However, this would require extended iterative collaboration with OAG to determine what this would look like in practice. And while DOB supports the intent of this legislation, we have some suggestions we believe will strengthen it. First, expediting and prioritizing permit reviews for vacant properties would heavily impact the operation of DOB's Office of Construction and Building Standards, or OCBS. It is crucial that other customers' permits are still issued in a timely manner, and we are concerned if OCBS would have the necessary capacity to do so under this legislative proposal. Equity is also a concern. We question the fairness of letting owners whose properties have fallen into extended vacancy or disrepair a jump to the front of the permit line. I will note that DOB continues to examine and implement ways to improve the efficiency of all operations, and permitting remains one of our main areas of focus for all projects. Secondly, the current process allows 30 days for owners to start the process of registering a building as vacant. DOB is in support of keeping this timeline. However, this legislation as currently drafted would extend that timeline to 180 days, during which time the property may likely sit untouched, and DOB will also, more than likely, continue to receive complaints of inaction. This adds an administrative burden without the benefit of being able to point to a clear path for enforcement. DOB shares with the Council the desire to push such properties into productive use. Therefore, allowing for a 6-month waiting period slows down our ability to act and decelerates the process of converting properties into productive use. Additionally, once the owner registers their property or applies for an exemption, another 30 days would be added on to allow for our inspections and vacancy determinations. And finally, if the property is determined to be vacant, the property owners would still have an entire year of automatic tax relief, which disincentivizes them to quickly bring the property back to productive use, or to take any of the actions that qualify for tax exemption, such as selling or renovating the property. Such a change may frustrate residents who are complaining to us and not seeing enforcement take place. While this provision is envisioned as helping owners dealing with legitimate hardships, we believe this can be accomplished through other means, which I will expound upon below. Thirdly, DOB requests that multifamily buildings continue to be defined as 3 or more units, as opposed to 2 or more definition that is outlined in the legislation. The existing 3 or more rule is consistent with industry standards in the International Building Code and International Residential Code developed by the International Codes Council, or ICC, which is adopted by reference in the District of Columbia municipal regulations. Changing this definition may disrupt many existing regulations and render district law inconsistent with sister jurisdictions and with industry standards, increasing confusion and burden for the district and for businesses seeking to comply with our laws. Moreover, we feel that additional requirements to deliver new vacant property information to council in the form of a new report is duplicative and is satisfied already, as DOB has a statutory requirement to send the council a strategic enforcement plan every 3 years and an annual enforcement report yearly. These reports already address vacant buildings, and if we need to add to them to satisfy the requirements of the report, we would do so. Any additional reporting requirements should be integrated into those existing frameworks. Otherwise, a new report would unnecessarily require heavy amounts of staff time for data collection and modeling, report creation and review, and approval processes. This would pull our team away from our primary mission-oriented work. DOB prides itself on transparency and will continue to provide the data and qualitative content that district residents, businesses, and visitors deserve. And finally, as alluded to above, I am very interested in creating a more open-ended and definable hardship exemption that DOB can grant indefinitely and at our own discretion to any owner who demonstrates a legitimate and defensible need. This is a valuable flexibility measure that DOB could use in a variety of situations based on definable and defensible criteria, which could protect the owners of certain properties where there is a demonstrable hardship not of their own making. The current state and the bill's introduced provisions on exemptions are too limited to address these needs. If a broader DOB exemption ability were incorporated into this legislation, it would also address the spirit of the proposed year of vacancy with no tax consequences, while ensuring there is proper oversight and tracking of vacant properties. Further, this broader type of exemptions could specifically address areas where there are concentrated areas of commercial vacancy due to a variety of factors, including the long-term impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. This will allow DOB to avoid penalizing property owners downtown and around the city who are otherwise acting in good faith. Giving us a broader ability to grant exemptions allows us to operate more holistically and with discretion to help DC's comeback. DOB is eager to collaborate with the council and other partners to determine how an owner could qualify for this exemption to ensure safety and fairness remains paramount. In conclusion, we urge the council to consider these proposed adjustments in the markup period for this legislation. Despite our concerns with certain provisions, DOB believes this legislation presents several positive steps forward. A continued dialogue about responsibilities and code updates in collaboration with the council and other agencies is critical to ensure the district becomes an even better place to live, work, and play for residents, businesses, and visitors. Thank you for inviting me to testify, and I look forward to addressing any questions today and continuing this valuable dialogue together. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh. I didn't call you. Director Green. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Mendelson and Mr. Strum. I am Colleen Green, the Director of the Department of Housing and Community Development. I am pleased to appear before you today to discuss Bill 25-1003, the Vacant to Vibrant Amendment Act of 2024. Although the mayor has the authority to acquire abandoned or deteriorated property, the proposed legislation is attempting to establish additional measures that could prevent an increase in vacant and blighted properties and return more of these properties back into productive use. One component of the proposed legislation to prevent properties from becoming vacant and blighted is the creation of a tangled titled information sheet that funeral homes would provide to an heir or heirs within 5 days of the final disposition of the deceased. The proposed sheet, developed by the Department of Aging and Community Living in consultation with DHCD, would detail the necessary steps to legally transfer the property to avoid a tangled title and include information on low cost and no cost legal service providers for probate administration. The intent of this information sheet is to inform heirs of the probate process in order to obtain clear title. In October 2023, DHCD launched its Heirs Property Assistance Program to assist low-income households or individuals who have a potential legal claim to residential real estate in the district that has an unclear title due to the death of a property owner. In its first year of existence, the tax assessed value of properties from clients seeking assistance was more than $160 million. DHCD strongly suggests that this program be considered a more robust vacant and blighted prevention resource for potential clients as opposed to a sheet of information. Another component of the legislation to prevent vacant and blighted properties would be the proposed expansion of DHCD's single-family residential rehabilitation program. By offering grant assistance to eligible homeowners to pay for structural, electrical, plumbing, and mechanical system repairs, it is our view that the proposed legislation does not expand the current program. Currently, DHCD offers eligible homeowners grants for roof replacement or repairs and accessibility improvements for people with mobility or physical impairments. The average cost for the single-family residential program project is approximately $120,000. However, the language in Section 107B of Subtitle C, Single Family Home Rehabilitation Program, says DHCD may offer grants up to $60,000. Program eligibility would also be expanded to households whose income is 120% of the median family income for the Washington Metropolitan Statistical Area as set forth by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. Although it is reasonable to view the expansion of the single-family residential rehab program as a resource for preventing vacant and blighted properties, DHCD would request that Subtitle C, Single-Family Home Rehabilitation Program, be removed in its entirety. This goal can be achieved under the current program, although an enhancement of local funding would be necessary to expand eligibility to households earning up to 120% of MFI. DHCD has some additional suggestions that could quicken the return of vacant and blighted properties back into productive use. First, consider a first right of refusal for the mayor prior to tax sale procedure with the option of transferring vacant and blighted properties to DHCD for the purpose of fulfilling its mission of preserving and producing affordable housing. Second, consider the inclusion of language where all or a portion of the delinquent, vacant, and blighted taxes owed are forgiven if the mayor approves a property transfer for the specific use such as producing affordable housing for households up to 120% of MFI or other community amenities. Finally, it is our view that a property deemed as a nuisance by the Department of Buildings can be referred to DHCD for acquisition in lieu of a receiver for the purpose of rehabilitation, demolition, or other lawful actions. Despite our concerns with certain provisions, DHCD urges the council to consider these proposed adjustments in the markup period for this legislation. Thank you for allowing me to testify, and I look forward to answering any questions that you may have.
Thank you, each of you, for your testimony. I mostly have questions for Director Hanlon, but I will try to be equal opportunity. What, if anything, do you believe is missing? The first question is, the bill revises the criteria for determining vacancy and blight. What, if anything, do you believe is missing from either list of criteria?
I don't believe anything's missing.
The bill would require a vacant property owner to submit a, quote, vacant property maintenance plan, unquote, with their registration form. How would you enforce this requirement? Has the department examined vacant property maintenance plans required by other jurisdictions? And if yes, what has the department learned from those plans? So how would the department enforce this requirement?
Well, I just simply put, if the law passes as drafted, DOB would require submission of the plan as part of the registration. If it's missing any of the statutory requirements, we just guide the customer to compliance. We would work closely with them.
All right, so I register my property as vacant. I submit a plan. I'm going to apply for some renovation permits. I maybe don't even say when, and then I'm going to, but let's just say I say when. I'll apply for renovation permits by March, and I'm going to have the property renovated by next December. I don't do any of that.
Then I would say, what we're looking for is good faith action. We're looking for, are people actually moving forward? And if they're not, I would want to know, and my staff would want to know why. Is there some hang up somewhere? And if it's an action due to their own behavior or their own choices or whatever it may be, we would want to inquire whether or not there was some outside force that was preventing them from moving forward. And if there isn't, then we would have to enforce.
And what would that look like? So use my example. I said I would apply for renovation permits by March and have the structure all brand spanking new by the end of the year.
Well, if there's not a demonstration of good faith action to actually move forward and improve and make progress, then I believe the property, there would be no exemption granted if they're not actually demonstrating good faith in moving forward.
Has the department examined vacant property maintenance plans required by other jurisdictions?
We have. Most jurisdictions do not require extensive and granular plans. We did find one jurisdiction in California that required a more granular plan. I think the nature of what we're talking about here would be unique across the country. We'd probably be asking for a bit more detail than is typically asked for. I don't think that's a bad thing. I think it actually helps us ascertain whether there is an action plan that can be implemented and folks can move forward with it.
Please explain why the service of process reforms in Title II of the bill are important and how they will impact DOB's ability to enforce the law. So you spoke to that in your testimony.
Right.
There was testimony that visually will remain with me for a while. One of the witnesses, an attorney, just received service from an agency, and he really liked that it was by U.S. mail.
Yes, that was Mr. Blanchard. And,
well, I didn't name names, but on the other hand, he did testify.
And he had a yellow envelope from OAH, I believe. I was watching, by the way. We were present.
It was a moving moment, wasn't it?
It was. However, I actually believe that there is an advantage to using email, which I would consider to be a universally accepted form of communication. I acknowledge that what was brought up was that email addresses can change and people can move, but I think these are solvable problems. And I think there's enough advantage to using email, which essentially accelerates the process of communication, that it is something that I think is a valuable tool.
How's it solvable?
Well, I'm not a tech guy, but I know, for instance, to my right is Mr. Parsons. He's the Strategic Code Enforcement Administrator for the Department of Buildings. And we were conducting a kind of abatement resolution process, initiating one rather, with owners of residential property. And this was probably in June or July of 23. And by engaging, we discovered that there was a way to streamline the way that we kept track of a central email address for those entities. And that problem was solved by engaging with them.
Engaging with
With the business.
the business owners.
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. We've got over 3,000 vacant properties. A lot of them are vacant because the property owners are kind of like not around.
And
So how are you engaging with them?
well, we would attempt to, locate through their property records. If we have to, at the end of the day, if we have to mail them something, we will. Ms. Keith, would you like to expound on how that process may, how we would be elastic with that process?
Certainly. Thank you, Director. And thank you, Chairman. I view the changes in the law as primarily enabling as opposed to restricting. One of the particular fact patterns that makes the service of process changes useful is currently there are folks who work as corporate registered agents. So if you have a property owned by an LLC and you're paying someone to be the registered agent for 123 LLC, that's their whole job, is just to be the registered agent to receive service of process from the government and others so that you can engage with those processes. Right now, they are not legally required to answer emails. They insist, and I know this because we have their emails sometimes, and we tried just serving them and seeing if they would voluntarily accept, and they said no. So part of what's needed here is a change to have folks whose very business it is to interact with the government on behalf of owners just come into the current century, or perhaps the last century. I think AOL is almost nearing its 40th anniversary. So email is not a new technology at this point. And as Director Hanlon said, the most important thing is, one, that we can communicate with people, and two, that we can communicate with people and get things moving quickly. Obviously, if there are particular folks who we are unable to reach by email, we will attempt to do so in other ways. What we want to prevent is people using the ability that currently exists to decline to interact through email to slow down the process. And it is a very mechanical, automatic slowing of the process. For example, OAH just adds 5 days onto anything that's served by normal mail. So we see this as a benefit and an enabling change that's going to speed up returning properties to productive use and won't stop us from sending Mr. Blanchard a yellow envelope if he really wants one.
Give me a second. But a piece that doesn't excite me is when you say, well, but if it doesn't work, then we'll use mail. How do you know? And so if we say service is effective if you do email, that's all you're required to do. How do I know as a policymaker that all options will be pursued? Unless we say service shall be by all options. I mean, we could say service by email unless it doesn't work, but how do you know it doesn't work? I hear all the time, emails are sent to me and the address is wrong. So I never get it. So, and you never know that I didn't get it because it doesn't bounce back.
Well, Mr. Chairman, no service is 100%. So if there is a process built in where the customer can raise those issues, that's sort of what having due process is all about. So, you know, if people can raise that issue, then they have the opportunity to do that. This just makes it so that we can get to that stage faster.
Mr. Hanlon, in your testimony, you raised concerns about prioritizing permit reviews for vacant properties, saying equity is also a concern because we would be letting owners whose properties have fallen into extended vacancy or disrepair jump to the front of the permit line. I have two questions.
Yep.
What, if any, changes could be made to the language to address equity concerns? I'd note that the Department of Buildings has an accelerated plan review program that, in my mind, raises similar equity concerns. This is a program you already have for accelerated review. So if you believe those concerns cannot be addressed legislatively, then why should DOB operate any program to accelerate or expedite plan or permit reviews? Let me read the second question, or then answer both of them, or?
Sure, please.
Second question, while I certainly understand that this could be abused by bad actors who let their properties fall into disrepair, I don't think that means we should scrap the idea entirely. So what, if any, guardrails would you recommend putting into the legislation to ensure that this does not happen?
Well, first, Chairman, let me say that the accelerated plan review program is an option, and people opt into it and they pay a fee for it. So it's not something that is it's available to all, but not all folks opt into it.
Yeah, but I'm going to restate that starkly and maybe too bluntly, and that is rich people can jump to the front of the line.
They may pay for accelerated plan review. I will say this, that we at the agency are also simultaneously looking for ways to trim the process. We are always looking for process improvements. We think we're getting faster. We've created some permit types that are actually issued much quicker. So we are looking for ways to improve processes across the board. The fact is, for now, we do have a separate APR program for folks that opt into it and pay the fee. With regard to guardrails, I mean, I think our concern is that knowing that a vacancy status would allow a property owner to jump to the front of the line, it may incentivize certain property owners who aren't necessarily acting in good faith to let their property lapse into a vacancy status so that it can be tagged as vacant, and then they can move forward with work. And it's just a loophole that we see that we think could become problematic. And for us internally, while I'd like to be able to say we can accelerate everything equally all at once, the APR program exists so that for certain projects, we're able to arrange our staff in a way that allows us to focus in a more tight manner on that. For normal projects that come into the queue, we are continuously looking for ways for our staff to process those things as quickly as possible and as thoroughly as possible. So for us, it's just an ongoing process improvement.
That didn't move me. And why not? Well, first of all, maybe I shouldn't spend time on the existing program, but the intent behind this provision in the legislation is that we want to be as proactive as possible with reducing vacant property. Current law right now, basically what we do is if we figure out that your property is vacant, we tax you at a higher rate, and then we wait for you to decide you don't want to pay the higher rate and you put it back into use. It's kind of a passive approach by the government, and I realize I'm oversimplifying it. So this legislation has a number of different provisions in it to try to change that from passive, the government being passive to being more active. And that's the thinking behind this, that property is vacant, we want to get it back into use, will actually enable it to happen more quickly. I think part of what didn't move me about you were saying is that I'm a property owner and I would decide that I want to have a vacant classification so I can get in front of the line by a few months. I don't think that's very likely. And of course, we could change the legislation to say that you actually have to have been taxed at class 3B for a year before you get that priority. Well, I mean, that means somebody's going to have to pay higher taxes and it's also going to take a couple of years. So I think I just don't buy that. But what do we do, or do we do nothing that facilitates a property owner getting their vacant property back into use? Just let them get in line with everybody else down on 4th Street?
If they've got a plan to move forward, yes. And one thing I'll say, this past year, we have worked with developers and property owners to do concept review sessions before development that does streamline the overall process. These are not people that are opting into a accelerated plan review, but they're actually just engaging with us to help solve code and other regulatory issues that prevent downstream problems from taking place, which are often the things that slow things down. So any property owner, including those of vacant property, would be able to take advantage of that and, come in and talk with us and we'll work through their plans with them.
So you're just not feeling it in terms of letting anybody jump the line?
I happen to see risk in it, and I also think that for now, it seems that it could become disruptive to the overall workflow for OCBS, which is processing, project intake and plan review. And you've got property owners that range from folks that are improving their house all the way up to large scale projects that are looking for an expectation, of some predictability about when their, permits will be complete and when they'll be able to move forward. And if there is a jumping of the queue, I think it can be disruptive to the overall process, and certainly to the workflow for the teams that are doing intake and plan review.
Give me just a second. I'll just repeat, maybe not so much as a question, but a statement that as a government, if we want as a policy, and it may be that the council's the policymaker here, that we want to prioritize getting rid of vacant properties, that then we look for ways that prioritize it. Let me move to my next question. In your testimony, you raised concerns about lengthening the amount of time a property can remain vacant from 30 days to 180 days, suggesting that, quote, allowing for a 6-month waiting period slows down our ability to act and decelerates the process of converting properties into productive use, unquote. 2 questions. What, if any, empirical evidence exists that a 30-day wait period is superior to a 180-day wait period, particularly as it concerns, quote, converting properties into productive use, unquote? Second, I don't believe the 30-day wait period is sufficient or fair given what we've learned about the causes of vacancy and blight. Yet you are clearly opposed to the 180-day wait period. Would the department be open to something in the middle? If so, what?
Well, let me address, Chairman, the first part of your question. I don't have empirical evidence. What I have, I think, is anecdotal evidence. I've been in the seat now for DOB for about 20 months, and I have not actually heard anybody complain about the 30-day period. I mean, I've certainly heard other complaints about the program, and some of them stem back to, as we've heard earlier, cases that go back several years. But I've not heard yet any complaint about the 30-day period. It is my sense that the sooner we can get a property registered as vacant, the sooner we can track it. And one concern I have is that adding the 6 months, it elongates the overall process of converting any property into productive use by that time period, by allowing owners that period of time to do so, to register. During that time, we will be receiving DOB multiple complaints from folks that are looking for action. And I'll say, one of the metrics that I look at in the agency is, last year, for instance, we received 650,000 unique inquiries. They were phone calls, they were emails, and what have you. And I need to drive that number down so that we can funnel more of our bandwidth of our teams and our operating divisions towards providing enhanced customer service. And the administrative burden of the additional kind of complaint load, it may not sound like much, but it actually adds up. It adds up. So for me, to be able to get properties registered as quickly as possible, it enables a faster move towards resolution. Now, I will say too, in the last 20 months, I work very closely, certainly with Mr. Parsons to my right, and Don Sullivan, whose name has come up a couple of times, and who currently manages the vacant and blighted property operating division. I work with him all the time, but we sit down monthly and we go through sometimes dozens of properties, and we examine all of them for, they may be applying for vacancy exemption, they may be appealing something. And we look at it pretty closely to see whether or not there's evidence of moving forward in good faith. And we are always willing to engage. We are always willing to look back and be able to eliminate the burden that the tax classification may put on a property owner, which we're sensitive to. I think the second part of your question was, forgive me.
I don't believe the 30-day wait period is sufficient or fair, given what we've learned about the causes of vacancy and blight, that you're clearly opposed to the 180-day wait period. Would the department be open to something in the middle? If so, what?
Well, I think 30 days is right, but of course, if we need to provide a greater window of time, I mean, I would propose 45 days. I think 60 is beginning to be more than it needs to be. But that's my opinion based on, the experience that I've garnered in the last 20 months of managing DOB.
So, in your testimony where you went over what we just went over, the 180 days versus 30 days, you said, while this provision is envisioned as helping owners dealing with legitimate hardships, we believe this can be accomplished through other means, which I will expound upon below. You are very interested in creating a more open-ended and definable hardship exemption that DOB can grant indefinitely and at our own discretion to any owner who demonstrates a legitimate and defensible need. This is a valuable flexibility measure that DOB could use in a variety of situations based on definable and defensible criteria. There's a lot there. So, first of all, you don't offer any definable and defensible criteria. Second of all, you say indefinitely, and a hardship exemption that DOB can grant indefinitely. Third, I think discretion is valuable. Discretion also can be arbitrary. And so discretion is both good and problematic at the same time. I think you want to say something. I do have some questions.
Well, I'll let you finish your question.
Well, what do you mean by indefinitely?
Well, let me start with the general premise, which is I think that when folks are not demonstrating good faith, that we need to go ahead and hit them with the tax rate as it's currently structured. It's 5 or 10%. However, what I'm getting at is we have business owners, and we've got residents for whom the additional burden of increased taxes decelerates or even possibly eliminates their ability to move forward. So when I talk about indefinite, I certainly don't mean forever, because ultimately what I'm talking about is establishing criteria that, in my testimony, I say is definable and defensible. I know that doing that is going to require dialogue. It's going to require some work with council and with other constituents to establish what that criteria might look like. I don't have all the ideas, but I've got some thoughts on it that, I mean, first of all, if I think about this kind of in 4 categories, I start with kind of an evidence-based explanation of hardship. And right now I have 1 year legislatively to grant for a hardship exemption. And what I'm saying is putting a number on how many years that exemption can count is, I think, an artificial constraint. What I would rather do is consider things like, you know, market conditions. For instance, in downtown DC and other commercial corridors around the city, there are areas where there's high vacancy rates in properties that are not the fault of the owner. That's data, that's market driven, that's something that one can point to, and I believe is a legitimate hardship that can be considered. And no one can predict how long it will take to turn those conditions around, although I'm confident that we are doing that every day. I'm very confident that the mayor's comeback plan is set to do that, and the downtown action plan and various things around the city, but we still can't predict exactly when. So what I'm suggesting is we take away the time cap from the legislation and put something else in its place, which is you have to meet these criteria to establish good faith. So it starts with evidence that explains the hardship. And then I want to see a plan. I want to see your plan. I want to see if your plan is actually, you're putting something down that says, here's what we plan on doing, here's how we're going to accomplish it, here's our timelines, and here's how we'll move forward. That will require some analysis because we need to determine whether or not what we're looking at is legitimate and makes sense. And then lastly, I want to see some concrete steps that you're actually moving forward. So, you know, if it's the case of somebody that's got a blight condition, we want to see you take care of the blight. We want to see you try to reverse it. If it's, you know, if it's a commercial property owner, it's just being able to understand, you know, what are they actually doing to try to, you know, turn things around for their property. So it's criteria, and like I said, I don't have all the thoughts on it. I think in, you know, partnership with the council and with other stakeholders, we can establish something that just makes sense and take away the time period and actually just use the criteria for exemption in its place.
There's a lot there. You know, what comes to so when I think of hardship, I do think of some of the testimony we heard today.
I certainly do too, and
But
yep.
but let me say this as well. People make choices. And I want to be careful how I'm saying this, so I'm going to try to come up with a hypothetical. People make choices. So I acquire, my parents pass, I acquire their house. And I choose to do some renovations, but I actually don't have the money to do the renovations. So I put off doing the renovations. I could be renting it to somebody, but I choose not to rent it to somebody, so it's vacant. You don't know it's vacant. It's vacant and it needs some renovations, so now it's falling into some disrepair. And then you come along and you classify it as class 3, and maybe actually you classify it as class 4. It's not blighted, but I'm I'm not paying attention. So I don't challenge you on the class 4 or challenge RIPTAC, go to RIPTAC or whoever for class 4. I mean, that's another, in a sense, a choice for me to not be advocating for myself or paying attention. And then I get to the point where I have this huge tax bill. Now I can't afford it. Now I'm like, I'm not underwater, as in the property is worth less than the assessed value or the taxes, but I am underwater in the sense that I can't figure out how to catch up. This is a situation I've created, and it's very unfortunate, and it's a hardship, but it's one that I've created. I don't know, as a matter of policy, that we should be trying to figure out how we can mitigate poor choices. I've seen this in other areas that don't have to do with vacant property. Somebody who gets fancy about, they think the tax code and they take the property and they put it in a trust, and then they lose the homestead deduction, they lose the senior citizen property tax credit, and all of a sudden the tax bill for grandma is like too much. So there are many ways that people make bad choices, and I don't know that we should structure our policy that we mitigate those choices. That's one reaction I have. But another is, we have the legislation before us, and I'm not inclined to move a bill that says simply the department shall set criteria to give indefinite exemptions. I'm going to want to see criteria. I asked earlier about the plan. What are you going to do with the plan? You know, so the vacant property plan, whatever it's called.
Right.
A vacant property maintenance plan. I kind of feel like the value of that is more in having the property owner think through what they're going to do,
Absolutely.
rather than me having to fund a bunch of FTEs for you to look at those plans to see if they're either A, viable, or B, being followed. That's two different thoughts. One is, this is a plan that you're going to have some level of enforcement. The other is, this is a plan to make me, the property owner, actually do some thinking about what I'm going to do with the property. And I'm saying that in reaction to what you said about looking at the plan and whether the owner is proceeding in good faith. I think that's, and this was the other thought I had. The department is getting better, and I appreciate your leadership, but I'm remembering the auditor's audit of 2017. And I'm only saying that because it speaks to a period when the department wasn't doing a great job with definable and defensible criteria for whether property was vacant or blighted or not. And unfortunately, we have to write legislation that covers a good department as well as a not so good department. I think that was more me testifying than you.
Yeah, I didn't hear a question mark at the end.
Question mark.
Thank you.
Do you have a response?
The question being, look, I agree these are complicated questions. I have to say that, you know, as a native Washingtonian that is, you know, frankly sensitive to the needs of, you know, I have a viewpoint that looks at business owners, large and small. I've operated my own business. I know how hard it is. It is incredibly difficult. They are not printing money and adding burden. What I'm seeking to do is figure out, is there a way we can reduce the burden while they try to turn things around? And similarly for residents, for people that have lived here, going back perhaps generations. You know, maybe I'm too sensitive, but I look at we look at the, you know, vacant properties, and we see some of them are owned by LLCs that are absentee, and some of them are owned by, I always say internally, it's Aunt Mabel. And her family, they may not be equipped with the sophistication of understanding about how do you address all these things and how do you turn things around. And what I'm seeking is a way to, allow those people to be able to recover and to the degree that we can to work with them. And I agree, people ultimately need to be responsible for their own path, and they do make decisions, and sometimes they are poor decisions. I'm just looking for ways to allow our approach to be a bit more elastic so that people are able to kind of move forward in a way that is positive.
Are you aware of any other jurisdictions that grant departments or agencies this level of discretion with respect to hardship?
We are, to be frank, in our early stages of looking at that. It's not something that we've seen, like similarly with the property maintenance plan. We're not seeing widespread publication of that, but we continue to outreach with jurisdictions around the country, including Boston, New York, and Tallahassee, and even in Canada. So we are
in the early stages of
we're in the
researching
early
other-
stages.
Advisory neighborhood commissions are a critical stakeholder when it comes to identifying vacant and blighted properties. The department has been working with several advisory neighborhood commissioners on a pilot project regarding identification and prioritization of vacant and blighted properties. Could you describe the pilot and its project and its progress?
Well, I mean, I welcome the pilot, and in many ways we've been continuing to improve our communication and outreach with ANCs since May of 23 when I came on board. We have said repeatedly to the ANCs that we look at them in many ways as our eyes and ears. And so we welcome the cooperation that we're able to do. We think it's going to help accelerate the identification of properties to get into our database. Right now, we're meeting monthly, and I think it's a good thing to keep that progress going and to make sure that, that dialogue is going to help improve things across the board.
But you don't have anything more specific to report at this point?
Nothing more specific. Certainly can, if there are any current deliverables that I don't have in my head, we can get you a summary of that. Close of business, say next Friday is the day after Thanksgiving, so the following week, early the following week.
Well, I don't know if I read this, but part of my question is, what, if anything, could we use from the pilot project to inform amendments to this bill? But I'm hearing from you, it's too soon.
I will circle back and see if there's any nuggets in there that we think may inform the bill. And I'm sure there may be, and I'm sure there certainly will be, so.
In your testimony, you said Department of Buildings and Office of Tax Revenue can now collaborate more effectively. Following our inspections, DOB transmits classifications. How often do you do that?
Let me ask Mr. Parsons, because I don't have the frequency in my head.
Thank you for the question, Chairman. So we have a system where we basically transmit every day. So it's a workflow step when we are going through the vacant property inspection process. We enter data into part of our database, and every day it talks to OTR's database, and they receive the data.
Okay. Is there also a more formal transmission? I think the law says something about every month, every couple of months.
It is the same, it's the same process. So the current law talks about twice a year, and I don't remember offhand.
But this daily transmission takes the place of that.
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
And Director Hanlon, you also said, under talking about good things, enhanced cooperation, and my question here is, I couldn't quite tell if this was good. Enhanced cooperation with the Office of the Attorney General would involve sharing lists of properties failing to meet registration requirements for compliance. This cooperation will address properties, for example, vacant for a certain number of months. However, this would require extended iterative collaboration with OAG to determine what this would look like in practice.
I would
As
say,
good, bad, or just, hey, we like it, but be aware of that.
it's good and we're going to keep making it better.
But that's what you were saying there was, this is a good part in the bill, but be aware that it's going to take some work.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say any collaborative effort is generally a good thing, and I think that we will continue to improve the way that we engage with OAG and the positive outcomes that we all seek. So we're working through it.
Now, Director Hanlon, there also was testimony from several witnesses about property being classified as vacant when it was occupied. I have in front of me from the Georgia Avenue Coalition, quote, there are 11 businesses on the currently vacancy list that are active. Most of these are open for business or are actively seeking permits to renovate their property, unquote. And I asked the witness, Ms. Pearson, she said 1 or 2 are actively seeking permits. So of the 11, that would mean maybe 9 are currently open for business, but classified as vacant.
So I can't address specifically right now, but I will say I've been up to that block. I've actually spoken on site with Mr. Morgan and with, I think, Mr. Tulloch is his last name. I spent probably an hour and a half talking with them up at the site. We've been in communication. Mr. Sullivan has actually been working with Mr. Morgan through some issues. However, to provide specific responses to the things that were mentioned in testimony, I think what I would request is, rather than try to work through them right now, is if we could get the addresses and we could provide a history of, or whatever backstory there may be for these various properties. So did that individual's testimony include the property addresses?
No. But she was quite clear. There are 11 businesses on the current vacancy list that are active. Although when I asked her a question, she said 1 or 2 are seeking permits.
So there may be under some backstory there. Keith, are you able to address that in any way?
Thank you, Director. So the first thing I would just sort of put clearly on the record is if there is a business anywhere that's literally open for business, all they have to do to get classified as occupied is call us up. We schedule an inspection. Guy goes out. They open the door, let them in, show them they're open for business, and you'll be back classified as occupied. So any business that is in that status, it should be as easy as that. With that being said, we can reach out to the witness and try to determine which addresses were talked about and see if anything can be done for them in particular.
Okay, it was Kay Pearson who testified as president of the Coalition to Preserve and Prosper Black Businesses on Georgia Avenue, AKA, or also known as the Georgia Avenue Coalition.
Right.
My concern here is if these allegations are correct, and there were other witnesses who said the same thing, but not about 11 properties, then how is it that we, meaning the government, are classifying an occupied property as vacant? Now, you said that you were watching the hearing. There were a few witnesses, and I did ask, well, when did these occur? And it was a few years ago. I'm interested in today, not a few years ago, on the theory that the department's gotten better. But if you could look into this and...
We'd be happy to. And I would say I want to encourage, as Mr. Parsons just mentioned, that if you've got an issue, if you engage with us, we will work through it with you.
And Mr. Chairman, if I may add one more point of clarification, sometimes people don't tell us that they're occupied again. right? We may not receive another complaint, may not go back out because a new business has come in. At the point when the property owner of the business receives their new tax bill, they should reach out to us and say, hey, I'm open. Come out, confirm. We'll update. Very easy.
Yeah. I'm going to move on. The bill includes several incentives meant to support the rehabilitation and redevelopment of vacant and blighted properties. What, if any, additional ideas regarding incentives does either department have?
Well, I think, Mr. Chairman, the incentives are, I believe they are in reference to programs that DHCD is able to deliver, but I'll say from what I saw that we respond positively to that. But Director Green?
Sure. In order to prevent any sort of tax sale or foreclosure or any sort of negative impact on homeowners, we would suggest that there'd be an option for them to opt to transfer the property to the city in order for us to be able to create or preserve affordable housing. We would be interested in all types of property, but obviously ones that are in good repair are the most efficient. But that would be a huge cost savings in some sense, and ability to put the properties back into service. And even, to some extent, if folks are in distress, they would be eligible to buy another property again, allowing them to sort of get out of debt, sort of restructure sort of their situations, but we're still able to, particularly like single family or 2 or 3 family properties, able to put them into use for affordable housing, home ownership, or other public use.
That's consistent with what was in your testimony,
Good.
correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This is a little off topic, but maybe related. How many pad properties does DHCD have?
We are down to 54.
54.
Mm-hmm.
Because I recall that the DHCD has a few in historic Anacostia,
Yes, we do have a few in historic Anacostia.
and they're like in horrible condition, or they're vacant.
I think that I can give you the exact number of the remaining properties we have in Anacostia. We have 18. And we are in the process of working on disposing of them.
So that's a third of the inventory. And how do you dispose of them?
Either through adjacent sale or RFP, or we can turnkey where we develop them ourselves by procuring a contractor and then selling them.
What's adjacent sale?
So if a neighboring owner or a nearby owner of a property, they're next to that property that's owned by GC, they can give us an offer to buy.
Not necessarily abutting, but nearby.
I think it has to be next to it,
Okay.
adjacent.
And then you said RFT?
RFP, request for proposals.
Okay, RFP, I understand that is. Or
Or we could
DHCD,
auction it.
or DHCD undertakes the renovation itself.
We have done that, yes.
So I had a question about, first, consider a right of first refusal for the mayor prior to a tax sale procedure with the option of transferring vacant and blighted properties to DHCD. How does that work?
So instead of putting it through the process of a tax sale, we would say we were interested in this property, and we would take ownership of it and release the obligation from the homeowner. It would be transferred to DHCD.
So OTR would share with you the list of properties that are going up for tax sale next month.
Yes,
Would that delay that process?
not necessarily.
Okay, so OTR shares the list with you.
Mhm.
Then you go through the list. I think they said 600 properties.
I'm not sure how many is on there.
Yeah, I think it was actually more than, I think just 600 was their discounted
Mhm.
sale.
Mhm.
So you would go through this list of hundreds and hundreds of properties. And then you would contact the property owner? My house is on that list. And so then you would call me up and say, hey, rather than go through tax sale, give it to me?
Correct. Would you like to negotiate with us to offer it to us, and then we would work to release their lien through OTR? Rather than have something on their credit or have them go through the process of foreclosure, we would say, offer it to us.
Your second suggestion was consider the inclusion of language where all or a portion of the delinquent, vacant, and blighted taxes owed are forgiven if the mayor approves a property transfer for a specific use, such as producing affordable housing for households up to 120% median family income. So what would that look like? So my house is on the, I guess, again, it would be the tax sale list?
Or they can come to us and just offer it even before, like
Yeah,
once they
I'm
get a
probably
notice.
not going to come to you because I wouldn't be in the tax sale if I was.
Well, you get a notice that was going to tax sale.
Yeah.
Right? So we could add to the notification that this is an option for you to transfer the property if you are so inclined, as opposed to, going through the tax sale process. That would be one way, or we can approach the owners as well if we're interested in it.
And what I, as the property owner, get out of it is that the taxes are forgiven. Do I get anything else?
No, the taxes are forgiven. I would say, though, again, this would be an opportunity for them to get out of the debt that they owe and be able to restart, not have bad credit as a result of a foreclosure, and then possibly reset themselves to go into another property or something like that.
Now, you took, I'm going to put a little spin on this. You put a dim view of what we have in the bill about a residential homeowner assistance program for renovations. The
Right.
impression I get is that you take a dim view of what we have in the bill because you have an existing program that's similar to that.
We have a longstanding program called the Single Family Residential Rehab Program at DHCD.
Now, your program has a total annual budget of 120,000?
No, we spend on average $120,000 per home.
And the funding for this comes from local dollars or CBDG?
CDBG and Housing Production Trust Fund. So the one thing that is different is that those dollars would be eligible for people that are 80% of MFI or AMI. And if we want to go to 120% of AMI, we would need a source that did not have those restrictions on it. So enhance local funding in order to get up to a higher affordability.
Do you remember roughly or exactly how much money you have in the program, budgeted for the program annually?
I think we have 4 million.
And how much do you spend a year?
We spend probably almost all of it, maybe like 3.5 million.
So would I be correct in thinking that there's not much room to be adding vacant properties to it without putting more money in?
We could probably add a few vacant properties, but not a significant number of them, no. So yes, budget enhancement in that area would be positive to accommodate for this.
So in your testimony, when you said this goal can be achieved under, DHCD would request that subtitle C be removed in its entirety. It's because your existing program.
Yes, sir.
And when you said it's our view, this is a little earlier, it is our view that the proposed legislation does not expand the current program. I thought
Correct.
that was kind of confusing.
So in the program that you you mentioned $60,000 in the, as a up to $60,000.
Yeah.
And we are spending, on average, $120,000 on homes right now.
All right, one other question. I think just one other. So the, is it called the EARS program is
Yes.
under the HCD?
Yes, sir.
And do you think the EARS program is the better place to notify families when somebody has deceased with this fact sheet? You like the fact sheet as far as I can tell,
Mhm.
but EARS program is a better place for it.
Yeah, the AIRS program does allow them to talk about their individual situation and do probate planning. It's been in existence for a year and it's been quite successful.
How do people come into contact with the EARS program?
They work with two of our CBOs that are legally based and we give.
Well, but they don't even know. The average Joe, maybe I shouldn't say Joe, because we're probably talking about family,
Mhm.
children
Mhm.
of elderly parents who've died.
Mhm.
And so the children are the heirs.
Right.
They don't know. So how do they find out?
So right now, the program has a marketing budget, and so they reach out. They work with different funeral homes right now as well. So if there are points of contact, also DACL knows about the heirs property program and will refer them as well. So those are the sort of the points of contact. But I do think that, again, we could put this on the notification as a possible resource when they get notifications as well.
So what we have in the bill is that DACL will write this flyer. I don't really know that I care who writes it, just
Mhm.
somebody who's informed.
Yeah.
DACL writes the flyer
Mhm.
and then gives that flyer to funeral homes to give to
Mhm.
the family.
Right.
heirs program doesn't have something as aggressive as that.
No, we have two groups that are legal groups that work for the heirs property program. They do their own marketing. Some of their marketing is probably through funeral homes, but what I'm saying is that in the DACL information sheet, they should make a referral to the heirs property program.
Yeah. Give me a second. I don't think I have any other questions for you all. I want to urge, there's been a lot of collaboration between all of us. I want to urge that that continues. We're not looking to mark this bill up in the next few weeks. There's time. But the bill's going to get reintroduced in January, either as it is or with some refinements. And I'm looking to move the bill certainly before the budget, if not earlier, which means could be the end of January or February. So it's not like we should take a pause, but there's plenty of time for more collaboration. You look like you wanted to say something, Director?
Just listening.
Well, I think you owe me at least two things. You owe me an explanation on how these business properties on Georgia Avenue allegedly are classified as vacant when allegedly they are doing open for business.
Right. We'll reach out to Ms. Pearson and try to ascertain the addresses of the properties and see what underlying issues there are, and we'll illuminate them for you.
And then you owe me definable and defensible criteria for how to issue an indefinite exemption.
Yes. I mean, I'll give you my version of it. And just say, to give us good evidence, put forth a plan that looks good, we'll analyze it and then take concrete steps. So pretty simple.
Okay, but you'll put that in writing.
I certainly will.
Okay. Thank you all for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And thank you to all the other witnesses today. Again, this has been a hearing on Bill 25-1003, Vacant to Vibrant Amendment Act of 2024. The record in this matter will be open for 2 weeks. It will close at 5 p.m. on Thursday, November 29th, 2024. Time is 4:54 p.m. and this hearing is adjourned.